I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you.
Okay, welcome back. So we did have a bit of a technical issue there. Hopefully it is sorted out and it doesn't happen, but that seems to be the trend of the week for me is technical issues on broadcast. So we are hopping straight into game 2 now. Sorry for the delay. It is York University against St. Clair, and York University JV does have the first win under their belt in this best of 3 series. So, DJ, we know that they have changed up their rosters, or not rosters, but their champ select for this game. How do you think it's going to go early on?
Oh boy, that is really the question of this game here, Cyro. These are two very, very aggressive compositions. It's not going to be like game one where we see people kind of happy to wait 6, wait to scale, see if they can team fight. Nope. Everyone can make plays, especially on the top side of the map. I expect to see both these supports roaming aggressively once their AD carries get one base or so to get, a component and can keep themselves safe. They really don't have kill pressure. So this is going to be about the 4v4, about the top side completely, because there are so many playmaking tools. There's so much skirmishing power, and these teams want to get out and running in this game as quickly as humanly possible so they can snowball it out of control.
Yes, especially with assassins, you want to snowball as much as you can. Now, we do have some safety tools, we'll say, like Fresh can Dragon's Rage take an enemy out of there, and Silence just has so much to stay in that you should be okay. So overall, it's going to be questionable. If you can survive the Assassin's Burst, you should be okay. But if you can't, then the game becomes a whole lot harder to play. So this early game will be crucial, and now we see Fresh doing the reverse Uno call, you could say, and invading the lead alt early, and this time he does actually get the camp steal onto the ROM.
Yep, it is a full reversal of game number 1. We'll see what the Elite All can do here. He's going to get some help from Omuro this time around. Fresh does have a red buff, though. You have to be a little bit careful. Okay, he died.
Oh, he should live. He lives. He has to live. Okay. But a great heads-up play there by Omuro, using the Shadow to bring the Lee Sin under tower. It almost worked, too. But still, that will be delete all with jungle priority now. The CS may be even, but he is on the map, still be able to get that CS being able to farm. And we see the pings go down for an invade. Oh, this is a risky invade, I feel. But they're going for it.
And they are going for it here to lead all. Unlike he has the power of his bottom lane, they do have the push. This is an interesting 3-3. If they get the lockdown, they can definitely get the kill, but otherwise the poke is very powerful from York.
Okay, Fresh goes in there. He hops back out. You can tell these teams want to fight.
Here we
the
go.
direct line goes in there. They're on combo. Combo's locked down. He flashes over the pit wall. 80's flashes as well. Now the lead all is exhausted. He should be able to pick up a kill here. But the sustain is too much. But Silence does drop.
What?
Fresh is going to drop as well. That's 2 kills for Peter, who is locked in the pit as well. He's looking for the third on Verge, but I don't think he's going to get it. Instead, it's all eyes on
No,
Barlow.
he does. He has Conqueror. He can't die here.
Barlow's still alive. Verge is getting focused down. So Zephyr has respawned, looks to re-engage despite if he doesn't. So Peter's now maybe overcommitting.
Now
here.
he's gone too far.
200 HP. He's still alive. He gets hooked. He goes down. Barlow goes down. It's a bit of a cluster fiesta here right now, and Zephyr has red buff. He's regenning up. Fresh is there. Fresh picks up the kill onto Hades. There's no magical support getaways so far in game 2.
Oh my god, it's absolute madness. It's exactly what we thought. It's a bloodbath. 7 kills in 4.5 minutes here, Cyro. This is absolutely insane. We even had the solo kill come in from Rookie LaFleur in the top side. And yep, not going to be like game 1 at all. The way these drafts have gone, we can expect to see more of this kind of skirmish.
Yeah, speaking of skirmishing, we do have Rick LaFleur going onto Aqua Anthony in that top lane, and even without the World Ender, I think Ricky managed to end Aqua Anthony's world right there, at least for the time being. But actually, wait. Ricky is up 2 kills.
Yeah, he got a solo kill earlier.
What?
Yeah, while the fight was happening bot lane, he got a solo kill. So that's a second.
Okay, so it's a bloody match across the rift right now, as everyone is getting in on this action.
Yep, everyone is getting in on the action. Cyro, we mentioned it was going to be bloody. We were not lying to you. See, we're nice people. We wouldn't lie to you, all you nice people out in Twitch chat. You're going to get more. You're going to get more blood. Ricky's going to be very, very strong in this game. Of course, this whole top side has kills now. Have some items in their back pocket. First Dragon will be aggressed here by Fresh. They got the push in bottom lane. They got the push in mid lane as well. So this should be easily secured, but not going to be game breaking, I would imagine, here, Cyro, even a Mountain Drake early on.
Yeah, there's no super tanks that will really benefit from this Mountain Dragon. So, yeah, it's nice to have it early for your Dragon sacking, because this is about 2.5 minutes earlier than in Game 1. So Fresh, overall, looking pretty good, I would say. Now, Zephyros has the red buff mid. Not doing too many great things, but right now, it's... I want to say it's kind of stabilized. You know, it's like a 200, 300 gold dip, depending on the minion wave. And Zed is level 6 and could look for potential play in the mid lane, especially with Delete All there as well.
Whoa, Delete All. He is going in real deep here at level 6. They're going to go 1 for 1, and Delete All will walk away. Fresh is ticking level 5 here. Cyro will... they'll trade back, and this is exactly the blood we were talking about. Quantum has to dash on away as he hits level 6. Very, very strong in that top side is Ricky. Peter also pretty strong. He's going to get another kill for himself.
Yeah.
Should be fine.
Yeah. Verge makes it to the tower, and Hades doesn't quite find the follow through CC needed to potentially force a dive there. But either way, this is a very, very bloody match. Already 11 kills in the game, getting close to that 2 kill per minute mark, and I don't think it will slow down anytime soon.
Neither do I. Both these teams, again, they very much came into this draft. They wanted to show their stuff, I would say, here, Cyro. And they have done so thus far. I do not think it is going to stop, especially when Delete All will be getting his Onslaught of Shadows fairly shortly here. Fresh will be getting access to the kick. There's another solo kill for Ricky LaFleur. Oh, boy. Quantity got more for a bargain for in this lane.
Yeah. All I can think about now is that, what song? What is it? You know, hey Ricky, you so fine, you blow my mind, hey Ricky. Because Aqua Anthony there is getting blown away.
Yeah, and I don't know how powerful Aatrox is into this matchup, but Ricky is really making it look good, Cyro, at this point. It's going to be very tough for a Quantity to have a real impact in this game at this. I mean, you can just look at the item difference at this point. Like, I'm pretty sure Ricky's not that far away from Gore Drinker, so this is looking good for St. Clair. I think they're in a pretty good spot for themselves with a Fresh. It's still only level 5, Delete All 6, and here goes a Quantity. Oh, here's something he can do. Yeah, this is okay. Oh, no, yeah.
Okay. I was going to say Fresh. There's no way you're getting out of this one. And that does actually help Aqua Anthony get back into this. But then in the mid lane, we do have Zephyros going down. Well, but it's Barlow. They're turning on the Barlow. Barlow should have the Judge Line available soon. Does use it to get to a wall. Has the Blast Gun available. Should be pretty safe. Now, I think Peter probably could have played that a little bit better and actually hit the Blast Cone before Nautilus got to it. Maybe then they get the kill as well. But still, Barlow had Flash available just to be safe. So overall, it's a pretty even game state with York University having the goal lead regardless.
300 gold right now. Not much of a lead as Hex Drake is the second one on the table. Won't get that soul available. No gates this time around, Cyro. 300 gold, not going to mean much, but oh boy. Okay, yeah, Peter's really strong. Good flash away. Oh, that is just gross from Peter. Great shielding from Verge, but it's just not going to matter. That is just Ezreal play at its absolute finest from Peter Zazima.
Yeah, Peter just such a great job there. Dodging the Judge Line, getting the damage across, but still Verge with a good flash to avoid that Ezreal ultimate, but now it's Sephiroth potentially. Okay, no, he's going to play that one safe, just getting a bit of damage across. So this is a double buff Akali who's 2 levels down.
He's gonna die here. Yeah, he's definitely gonna die.
Yeah. Well, that's a double buff Aatrox with 2 levels up now, and 3 tower plates. I think you could say top lane is over.
Oh yeah, it's been over. 4-0-0. 3 of these are solo kills, I believe, for Ricky. If not all 4, onto a quantity. This has not been a good part of the map for your clients. Fortunately for them, they got things going for them on the other side. Sephiroth dead once again here to Omuro on the all-in at level 6. And of course, this bottom lane, it's just really, really strong. I mean, this is even without Peter. They're just going to kill Verge again. So we are getting 2 distinct parts of the map at this point here, Cyro. Fortunately for St. Clair, they've gotten the Rift Herald and the early Drake. They're going to knock the first turret down with this Rift Herald as well. So they are using their advantage to its fullest at the moment.
Okay, Fresh. You just getting a little cheeky there. Almost got picked off by Anthony, but Barlow is there. He's going to ensure this tower goes down. And if they use the Rift Herald here, I'm going to say that's a waste. I don't want to see the Rift Herald being used here because Ricky is already too far ahead to be stopped by the Akali. Just look at the CS lead alone. It's already at disgusting points. They're forcing Akali off the tower as well. So Akali can't even catch the XP. And this is looking bad now. Not even bad, disgusting. World-ending bad. I need to pull up a thesaurus to boost my diction because it is over for Aquatha Anthony here.
Quantity is, he's in a bad spot. He's not the only one, though. Verge also in a pretty bad spot. Gonna get charged on and he's dead. Who will get the kill? That is the only question left. It's the lead all. Gonna get himself another one. They are punishing this bot lane as hard as the St. Clair is punishing the top lane. They didn't even use the Rift Herald on the top turret, knowing that it will go down eventually. There it does go for the first turret of the game. They'll get those extra plates onto Sephiroth, who does kind of need him here as he's falling behind Omuro combo. Now 2-4 with that mythic item, but one of these teams needs to figure out how to stop the bleeding here, Cyro, because top lane is bleeding for Young really bad. For York, and St. Clair, their bottom lane is bleeding nearly just as hard.
But at the end of the day, what's more impactful, a super fed Aatrox or a fed Ezreal? Because Karma is a support, her damage will be there still, but eventually it shifts to utility, so it will come down between who's scarier. And I'm going to say an Aatrox with a shit ton of sustain is scarier than Ezreal.
I am going to agree with you for now, Cyro. However, I would say in the late game, the Ezreal is actually going to be a lot scarier. So it does feel like if Peter continues to get strong and get a little heal cut, he can cut through this Aatrox, I would say. But right now, I am with you. I think Ricky LaFleur is just far and away the strongest member of the game. He's nigh unkillable because there is no real heal cut. And no one can really afford heal cut at this point in their build path outside of the sport. Meanwhile, top lane, Sephiroth. Quantity has really struggled with the top lane. He can still take care of a mid laner, though, in the mid lane 1v1. And this is just Akali thing. This is the 1-4 Akali without a mythic item gets solo kill. And Rick is dead.
Oh, is he?
Wait,
is he
yes, Ricky!
No,
Come on, Ricky! No heal cut! He's got him.
What is
got
it?
him.
He's healing through the tower.
Wait,
damage.
Peter's here. Wait, Peter's here.
Okay,
Oh,
Peter gets
shoot.
that.
Oh, no. That's a shutdown on the Peter, too. Oh, no. That's not good. Peter's going to get another one.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
okay,
he got another one.
okay.
Triple kill.
Okay. I think we need to regroup here because that was a chaotic series of events. First, you get Cloth Anthony back in the game by getting the kill onto Sephiroth. The difference there was that Akali had the Ignite where the Silas did not. And then you just have Ricky sustaining the tower damage. He was out sustaining it. He was healing through the tower damage, which is just nutty there. He 100% won that 1v2. If it wasn't for Peter coming up to, save his team, that would have been absolutely atrocious. We just saw the gold values there, and yeah, it's the Ezreal and Aatrox show. But Verge is 1-4, Arlo 0-3. The St. Clair bot lane is definitely hurting overall, and so Ricky, it is on your shoulders here.
really is at this point, Cyro. It really does feel like LaFleur against the world, much as it is like Aaron Rodgers against the world, right? His coach is Matt LaFleur. Ricky kind of has to take on that mantle right now. He did a pretty good job of it in mid lane. Again, we mentioned if there's no heal cut, he's pretty much nigh unkillable. He was unkillable in the 1v2, but his counterpart here, Peter, got the shutdown, is 7-1-1, is on 2 items, and there is heal cut now on the Karma, who can empower everyone with heal cut. So I still think Ricky's the strongest member in the game, Cyro, but I don't think it will be for that much longer. Hold on here.
Okay,
Ricky is going to turret. Hades flashing away. Hades going to die here. The question is how much can he get done? Shutdown comes through. They're fighting under turret. There is no more heal cut available, but Peter's still very strong. He's dashing away from Ricky.
What?
Ricky's healing up. Fresh is healing up. Double kill coming in. They've already gone on top of Omer as well. And Delete all stay alive in time. There's no more wave. Ricky still alive. He should get this kill. There's a double coming through from Delete. He's going to dodge away on the first Q. Can he dodge a second? No. We'll need one more EQ for Delete to go down, but Peter is here with the heal, and Peter's going in. He's in melee range.
No.
Look at the damage coming through. Oh, that was risky for Peter. He's on a ward too. Ricky knows where he is. He does not have flash. Really hard to close the gap. Doesn't quite hit him with the edge of the Q. Here comes Zephyros to try to help as well. It's the ulti. Can't get on to Peter.
Oh, no.
Peter is still dancing away. W, Void Seeker into the ult. There's the shutdown for Verge. A little bit of vengeance for all the camping in the bottom lane. He'll get a 600 ult shutdown as well, and Hades now in trouble. Will kite out with the shield. What a fight from St. Clair.
What are we watching? This is like a fiesta on top of a fiesta. It's like a fiesta squared if there was such a thing. We are witnessing it. Because not only did Verge pick up 2 kills, it was 2 kills on people who had bounties on their head and were massive. So now all of a sudden this Kaisa is fully back into this game because the CS is basically even. And yeah, that was absolutely massive for the Kaisa. She'll still be down overall. And my oh my, Ricky, it's his time to shine apparently. And I know it's spring, so LaFleurs are growing up out of the ground right now. My oh my, this Aatrox is atrocious. Now with Death Dance, the resets are going to be insane. He can probably one combo Peter pretty easily right now. And while Karma did rush the Chemtech Putrefier, it's still, you know, it's heal cut. It's still an Aatrox. The Aatrox will still sustain with the amount of sustain in his kit because it doesn't stop the sustain. So great to see. Yeah, Karma, rush the Chemtech Putrefier for the Silas, for the Lee Sin, for the Aatrox. But at this point, how much does that really affect Ricky here?
I think it really just depends on how many shields can be applied, right? Like last fight, they killed Hades right away, and so the heal cut dropped off as the Quantity gets another solo kill on Zephyros, by the way. For holy crap!
Okay.
This is this champion. Champion, stupid. Man. You hit 1 W, you hit 1 Q. That's a 7 and 180 carry. He's like an item ahead. He's like half an item ahead. It just burst.
Yeah, it's a 7 and 380 carry now. Thank you very much.
Yep, and there's another one for Verge as he will land the Void Seeker into the ulti. Will follow up on Omro, and this one feels like it's falling apart now for York. Grady carries dying. The burst is coming online from Verge as he is going. That super powerful AP build, and Ricky still unkillable. Just going to help get an extra kill on the Delete under the turret. This one is really feeling it. You look like York. Excuse me, like St. Clair is going to send us to a game 3.
We get a game 3 here. If we don't, I will be amazed. And Quoth Anthony drops down there as well. And I'm going to say St. Clair goes for the Rift Herald here as they already have 3 members there. And I don't think there's anyone on the side of York who can contest it. Maybe a lucky steal out of Peter Zezima on this Ezreal. But that's still a 2v4 situation. And it is a questionable choice if they go for it. But I think that's what they might be doing here as they step up with the poke. Oh, wow. Okay, that Rift Herald got pretty low. Fresh is going to pick this one up, but he's going to die for it. And now Peter, he's looking for Barlow. He's looking for Zephyros. He gets 1. He could get 2. He gets the 2. He could get the 3 or the 4K now. I don't know anymore, but Verge is going to pick up the kill onto the Kaisa. They're trying to leave it. But no, Delete All does take that, and my oh my, we are at the 2 kill per minute mark, and this is the fiesta.
It really is. It is a bloodbath. It is a fiesta. It's like you're doing Moog's quest in Elden Ring. Sorry if anyone hasn't done that quest yet. You can look it up. It's a fun one. There's blood everywhere. It's just like Summoner's Rift right now. If this was an accurate depiction of Summoner's Rift, we would see there would be a lot more red. It would not be so green. That's for sure. These players are just having some fun. I feel like Cyro. They are really enjoying the agency, the amount of kills they have. Right, Ricky's having the time of his life. Peter, after that kind of a little gap there in the mid game with 2 deaths, he's still feeling super strong. Verge is kind of back into the game, can still burst people out, but I mean, there's more kills to come. There's more action to come. We still only have 2 Drakes for St. Clair, so they're 10 minutes away from a Dragon Soul. There are still tons of turrets up on the map. Baron just spawned. Like, what a game this is. Oh boy,
Yep,
Verge in trouble. Verge dead. Yep.
Yep. And Verge, Elite all looking for someone to think now. Perhaps they do go on to Fresh here. Fresh gets chunked so hard there. Barlow trying to body block for this. Does get the depth charge onto Peter. Sephiroth is there for the ADC cleanup. And now it is Hades being focused down. And yeah, you're not getting back over the River of Styx without dying yourself. Cool.
That could be Baron. Yeah, they have a Rift Herald. They still have a jungler. There's 4 of them. No Peter Zazima. They could just go for Baron if they want to here, but they're not going to. Instead, they're going to do turrets, Cyro, and try to stop a Quantity from pushing in this side lane. We'll get 2 for the price of 1 with this Rift Herald.
See, Verge is the Baron killer on the side of St. Clair, so I understand not going for that. When getting double mid towers is probably the better call because it sets you up for an easier dragon to take. But with the resets, I don't know if they'll actually be able to test this dragon properly. Ooh, Fresh is going to get caught up by Delete All here. Combo is there as well. Without the kick, he has nothing to get away. He does dash to his teammates, and he will survive the combo coming in. A combo there.
Oh!
And nope, there's Peter with the ultimate. He's not getting away from the true shot.
Sniped across the map by Peter, and Fresh tried to sidestep. He was looking for it, but he ran out of Summoner's Rift to work with. Second Drake going to go down for the Orc Lions, still with that 2k gold lead. Quantity is somehow actually a part of this game at 3-6 now, with the kind of nearly on 2 in the side lane. I mean, it's just chaos everywhere. I have no idea how this game is ending at this point. The later this goes, the more questions I have to ask, because I think Peter is going to be so good at extended fights later on. But at some point, Verge, even with how far he's been camped, can just one-shot anyone if he hits a full combo on them, as we saw him do to Peter. So this game could just go in any direction. Cyro.
Okay, so the Ezreal does have a Eclipse, Mirror Mana, and Essence Reaver. That's the item name. So, with going Eclipse, he does have a little bit more armor pen, a little bit more upfront damage. It's not as safe as if he went AP build, like with the Crown of the Shattered Queen there. So, if Ricky or Verge or even Sephiroth gets onto Peter, I think Peter could die without excellent positioning. So, we will have to keep an eye on that. But right now, these two teams are very, very scary and very thirsty for kills. They want to fight. They will take every fight they can. And Verge, Verge is going to get almost one shot. He got one shot.
That's so well done by Delete All. He recognized where the ult was going to go, predicted it with his Onslaught of Shadows. They take out the 80 carry. Jungler, though, still alive, and there's a fight to come. Insert on both sides right now is York Lions, but now they are 5 strong, kiting back. There goes the root coming down. Already 1 down onto Hades. That's the heal cut. The trade goes on to support. Ricky LaFleur now is the member to watch. Can he win the fight? Can he do the damage? They're going so low. Peter's chunked out. Ricky is dominating. Another one traded back by Peter. These 2 carries are just duking it. 1 for 1, back and forth. It's 2 for 2 at the moment. But again, no more heal cut. The side of York Lions means Ricky feels nigh unkillable. Sephiroth, however, may not be the case. He's flashing in, but he gets outplayed by Peter. There's the shutdown for Ricky. And the other 2 members, they know they cannot do anything to this Aatrox. They get the Ezreal at the price of the mid laner and Sephiroth, and it's all gonna reset again.
Oh. Yeah, Ricky is just way too scary here. Now, Quaffy Anthony is there as well. Delete All is going to try and kill The
They
Aatrox,
can't
the
do
Aatrox
this, right?
is
Yeah.
way too safe right now, way too far ahead. And the Aatrox is sitting on full 3 items here. He's got the Death Dance, the Gore Drinker, the Mal Mortis, or whatever it's called, the APMR Life Shield item. You know what I'm talking about. He's got it. The Akali can't kill him. And, oh, the Blast Cone over the wall gets deleted. And, oh my lord, shields are there. And he's going to try to get first down, but he's still alive. He's still sustaining. Okay, he does drop down.
900 shut down, but Verge.
Oh, Verge is going to clean up this fight pretty easily. Delete all with the Onslaught of Shadows. Does get the CC there, but it isn't quite enough there. Peter's trying to make something happen, but he is a little bit late, so not in range to really get his damage across with the Mystic shots. Whew.
Baron finally, right? 4 members strong. Only Peter is remaining here. Aquanthony was retreated as well. Gotten his full HP bar without delete all. I think this is finally the prize for St. Clair.
Yeah, I would hope so. But either way, the gold is still so close. Yeah, we're 25 minutes in within 1,000. And 1,000 gold really means nothing with the amount of shutdowns going back and forth between these two teams. But Baron is a definitive advantage now for the side of St. Clair. And they waited until Ricky got up as well, so Ricky will have it. And that will be a 5-man Baron push as Dragon spawns in 45 seconds.
45 seconds. Ooh. It will be. Drake for either one. Soul Pointing see Aquanthony trying to split push here, offer another threat. Feels like the fights are getting a little harder for the York Lions now that Verge is rejoining the game here. 11k gold, just 2k down on Peter Zima. Once the items are in, it doesn't really matter. And oh boy, that looks like a pick on Omro. Zeds are gonna going in. Not so sure about getting out. Here comes the ult, and he goes. Gonna get counter ulted, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Zephyr will get himself the solo bolo. All that York Lions can do is try to trade on the other side of the map. Baron still in the possession of St. Clair, means they can just charge down mid lane. Everyone will have to base here from York, or maybe a Quantity. They do have to answer this push. Dragon, of course, going to go down to St. Clair.
Yeah, they recognize they can't contest Dragon anymore, so they shove out mid pretty hard, which means that the minion wave is now just getting into position with St. Clair. They should get their backs in time to be able to defend this inhibitor tower for the most part. There's enough damage, but they are actually going to fight for it instead. And that's just so much damage to delete. Oh, Barlow should go down here as well. But oh my lord, what is Ricky's healing? This is not okay. This is criminal. So Hades is running for his life because the horse is dead. Peter's dead. It doesn't matter. It just seems like the lions are being poached to oblivion. Get these lions onto some sort of endangered species act. Because
I think that's just game.
Is coming.
I think it's just game. Yeah, Peter's still down for 26 seconds. Ricky can't really die here. I think the turrets just fall. There's no ult on Quantity. He's down as well. Omro going to get kicked back. There he goes into the ult. It's not going to be enough, and that is just game 2 going over to St. Clair. We're going to go the distance here, Cyro.
Whew. Whew. So, St. Clair picking up game 2 in their best of 3 series against the York Lions JV team. And I'm just incredibly impressed with their comeback performance. And my oh my, Ricky basically felt like he had the team on his back. Now, credit where credit is due. Verge had some really great picks to stay relevant. But just look at this gold graph. It is up, down, left, right, and sideways here. It was firmly in favor of York for the majority of the game. But once St. Clair had that team lead, they closed it out within 2 minutes of breaking even. So fantastic job there by St. Clair.
Yeah, great game by St. Clair to fight on back. They have forced us into a game 3, but we'll be taking a short break before we head, hopefully as soon as we can, into game 3, since we have been so heavily delayed in this series, and see who will come out on top between York Lions and St. Clair.
I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? When you know, when you touch,
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. I want real love, real hearts. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So I'll wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. I can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just that.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Thinking, will you love me?
click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing. I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces. There's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
Welcome back, and we are into, or not quite into game 3, but we have game 3 because we have gone the distance here in the second series of the night between St. Clair and York University JV team. So it has been a hectic, chaotic, bloody series for both games, and I don't think that will change for game 3. So DJ, how are you holding up in this series? Because I know this series is taking away. It's wearing down my voice. That's all I can say at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that was a wild game too, Cyro. I mean, it was it was incredibly bloody. These players were just going balls to the wall. They were having a blast. And it was this time St. Clair coming on top, largely, of course, behind Ricky LaFleur in the top lane. So I would expect to see probably more of the same from St. Clair since this worked for them. I think they'll want to draft a similar way instead of opting into team fighting and potentially and likely to see if they can stack topside. I mean, I know a lot of teams don't play topside these days. There's a couple notable ones in high and low amateur scene that do. But if you can stack Ricky LaFleur, get him another good matchup, you see your win condition. It's pretty obvious. So maybe just invest into that if you're St. Clair. And if you are the side of the York Lions, you want much more a game one feel where you have a little bit more control and maybe have to rein in your solo laners with their picks a little bit.
Yeah, something needs to be done about Ricky because Ricky's just too much of a force to be reckoned with. Even in game 1 on the Scion, he was still a force of nature, just being a meatball shield. And now, given agency on an Aatrox pick, he took over the game single handedly. And despite York having a super fed AD carry, it just wasn't enough. So I'm expecting heavy draft change ups for this game 3 because there's no way they run back game 2 with how well Ricky did. So far, the bans are Senna, Draven, which have been common throughout the night. There's the Scion. The J4 has been taken away from Delete All. The Jinx as well. So yeah, Sinclair saying, hey, we don't need to change our bans. And there's the Aatrox ban. So York definitely realizing that Ricky is the threat and banning or pinching his pool a bit.
Okay,
Ooh,
and they are
Mordekaiser.
gonna go power pick with Mordekaiser. So they are gonna give Ricky an early pick, which makes me think that his champion pool was just about pinched. Uh, so they couldn't wait until phase 2. Speaking Mordekaiser like this just means you do get the easy kind of counter pick. It looks like a Quanthony has gone for something that can easily sustain in the lane, that probably won't get solo killed very easily in the Gragas, and they will just go back to that Hecarim or delete all. Easily countered here, by the Kayn. And then we see the Karma as well. And Nico gonna come in here for Omer. I actually really like this. This pick has been buffed. It's super strong in lane. Can actually team fight pretty decently well right now. I think this is actually a super clever adaptation in this draft.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, our caster notes behind the scenes says that Omero here, if it is the right player, because name changes are a thing, could be the best Nico in NA. So, with that much of a confident statement in the pick, it will definitely be one to watch, I feel. Now, I do believe Zephyros is on the Karma. So, good wave clear, good, team utility as well. And Karma, if she gets ahead, her Mantra poke can be absolutely absurd. But we have the Kaisa for Verge, which I do actually like. Kaisa did do very well. Yeah, lost early, but had enough picks towards the mid late game to really come back and be a threat. And Set, having that AD bruiser tank helps with the damage profile. Otherwise, it was looking a little AP skewed in my opinion. So overall, I like St. Clair's draft.
Yeah, St. Clair's draft is pretty fascinating here. The one thing I will say is, I'm taking a look at kind of the pick bands here. We did have the Karma as the first pick, immediately matched by Nautilus Hecarim. And the Nautilus is for this Samira lane that we see for Peters Azima. Not something we have seen in quite some time into this Kaisa. It is going to be picked to kill this Kaisa over and over again. They think they can just dumpster this lane. And the answer into that lane was the Set, who, of course, is super, super powerful in the early stages of the game, Cyro, to try to fight back. We'll have the Halo Blades Kaisa. We'll have the Set that can definitely 2v2. And because of that, while last game we saw it all on the top side, I expect to see blood in the bottom side this game again. So we're going back to more game 1, but instead of kind of controlled gameplay that we saw in game 1, I would expect blood level 2, level 3 when Set wants to get in, when Samira and Nautilus can have a kill combo. So that is what I would be looking at, and I would be looking at the junglers to potentially influence that. Although, again, both of these junglers are ones that more want to scale. So that bot lane may be left to their own devices, and we could see a very big snowball if one of them does get an early kill.
Okay, so we do see that Aquath Anthony is going back to the Flash TP instead of TP Ignite. I was a little bit worried about that decision because once we saw the Akali fall behind, she basically fell off a cliff in terms of being behind. So looking at the rune choice, Conqueror, that's standard for the Mordekaiser. Phase Rush on the Gragas. I do like this. It allows him to get in and out and hopefully kite out the Mordekaiser at least pre-6. But once you're in the Death Realm, you're kind of stuck in there. It also allows Gragas to flex his build between tank and burst if he so chooses, where like an Aftershock or Predator kind of locks you in one way or the other. The Phase Elise gives you a little bit of room to work with and adapt to the game in front of you.
Yeah, it definitely does, Syra. It's just a more flexible pick in general than something like the Kali that needs to get ahead. So Quanthony gonna sacrifice again. I think they were having a little fun in game 2 with the solo laners they picked up for themselves, looking to snowball this time around. Not the case. Definitely gonna want to be a little more standard here in the kind of approach they have to the game. Again, though, the bot lane is kind of the non-standard part of this, right? We see the same kind of runes going on in top side. I expect this top side to be pretty boring top lane where these two farm. The junglers want to get to 6. And obviously the particular St. Clair's jungler here wants to get to the transformation, regardless of how he gets there. That's really the main goal on this Kane. And again, I expect this to be bottom lane focused, and I expect that York should get the prio to some degree here, right? You actually, with the push of Karma, you do have to be a little bit afraid of the Nico. Nico is super, super strong at in lane at poking back. And if you land any sort of root onto Karma, even through the shield, it will do a ton of damage to you. So actually someone that can contest the push and poke that comes out from this mid lane champion.
Yeah, both of them running the meteor too, so they have that extra poke as well. And you're right, there's the Hail Blade Kaisa, so more of an AD threat, I would say, rather than the AP poke.
AP takes Hail Blades too.
Really? AP as well?
Oh, absolutely. You take it for the laning phase.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah, regardless, you want that Hail Blades because you want to be able to scrap in the laning phase when you're at your weakest. Doesn't matter what rune you have in the late game as Kaisa, you will one-shot people.
Yep, and then, well, the Samira with the Conquerors as well. And now both supports with the Glacial Augment. Now this is, I'll say, a little bit interesting because the Glacial Augment also has the damage percentage nerf on the enemy allies as well. So as long as they're standing in the zone, they will do less damage to your teammates. I could have messed up the wording, but the gist is they do less damage if they're in the zone and slowed as well. So if they get that onto the Smear, that could actually be pretty huge when they look to trade.
Yeah, I think you got it down there, right? That is why this rune is just so popular, right? It makes escaping essentially impossible once you do land any form of CC. And as you mentioned, it does also reduce some of that speed and damage that comes out in the all-ins. It's just so important at this point for any sort of support. So if you are still taking, outside of some very specific situations, if you're still taking, Aftershock or whatnot, don't do it. Take this rune. It's just better. If you have CC, it's just a better rune. If you're playing like Lulu, like totally understandable, right? Take Airy, take Guardian, whatever, if you're playing Enchanters. But if you're playing CC supports, take this rune. It is just better. It's just straight up better. I don't care what elo you're at. Like, you will absolutely cause goldies like me to just rage every time they get hit with a hook and die because they just can't get away. So take it. It's great.
Yes. Now, it is a rune that you do have to get used to because you are sacrificing the defensive stats that you would otherwise get from Aftershock. So there is that trade-off, which means you're feeling a little bit more paper thin as that frontline support. But we do see right away that York is stacking the spot side. 5-man. Verge should be able to get a ward down here. Gets a little bit late, so that is going to be a flash for flash. But that is the 80 carries flash down, which is, I would argue, the more valuable flash to get.
It is the much more valuable flash to get. We actually see Core JJ do this quite a bit whenever Team Liquid runs out in a 5-man stack and he's on Nautilus, champion he likes a lot. He will just flash. If he sees someone, he will just straight up flash because he knows, especially if he's taking Hex Flash, which Hades is, his flash is just objectively less worthwhile than their flash. So this is just a trade up for York Lions, and it makes that already volatile bottom lane even more fascinating and even more appetizing for the junglers. But Aquanthony, he's in trouble. Run Aquanthony. Okay, it's just.
That was a good body slam by the Gragas to get the space needed to walk that out. But yeah, they still want this fight. They still want the invade, and it's a 4v3, so it's a bit greedy here. So they have plenty of damage.
Okay, Ricky, he already has the passive proc. I think this is what they're relying on, but they do have all the members standing around him. They need to focus down Ricky, and they're going to get first blood. Not the start that St. Clair wanted. And now Zephyrat is in trouble, being collapsed upon by Peter. Of course, it's only level 1, so he doesn't have a lot of abilities. And want to go too much further. Orc will take their winnings and walk away with the early game advantage. Really tough start for St. Clair.
I don't know if that's actually an advantage, though. Oh.
To explain?
The reason being is that it gives a full minion wave of XP over to the bot lane of St. Clair, which means that they will hit level 2 first. And you already see Hades is basically next to dead, has to reset. If he doesn't, it's a bit troll. And so the bot lane for St. Clair should have a relatively free laning phase here because Hades and Peter are just going to be so behind in XP. We did see that Peter caught up to level 2 as well. But I'm going to say that Verge could be level 3, level 4 before Hades catches up in any significant way. So it's
Yeah.
definitely a trade. Now,
Yeah,
delete. Go on.
Okay. No, wait, keep going.
So as I was saying, it's a trade. The gold went onto the Gragas. Now, Aquath Anthony hasn't been performing well. He's held his own, sure, but now we have this fight breaking out bot lane, and we see the level advantage coming out for the side of St. Clair, and it's
Ton of
wreaked
damage.
havoc. And Barlow's staying alive too long. Delete all goes down, and Peter's level 3, but Hades is still only level 1 on this Nautilus. And they should invade the blue buff here. Okay, so yes. Are they? Are they? Maybe no. Okay, they are just going to leave the blue buff there. So that's what I mean. They had the level advantage bot, so as soon as the elite all came down, they were able to collapse and get the kill. The kill did go into Barlow, so not the greatest place either. But in terms of getting the XP in tempo, it does help out so much.
Yeah, it really does. It's a nice start for St. Clair. They take advantage of the part of the trade that favored them, and they get some extra worth out of it. Not quite able to kill Barlow. Did play that super well with the flash and the haymaker. Now the lead, although trying to make a play on top side. Level 4s are ticked. Will come down under Ricky. I don't know if they have the damage for this. It's up flash, and they recognize that Fresh is on the way. I'm going to flash away as a quantity as he gets locked in by the claw. Will just be a flash for nothing on the attempt for delete all. Nicely done again by St. Clair.
Yes, and this is what I mean by Ricky just seems to be such a strong top laner for St. Clair that even with the gold advantage being in Gragas' favor, he's already evened that up in terms of CS. And because some people care a lot about stats, a level advantage early game is roughly equivalent to 530 gold in pure stat value. So when you have both the level advantage on your ADC and support, that's roughly 1k gold advantage for your team in that early fight, which is why I was adamant about it being a questionable advantage as the fight breaks out bot.
Yeah, here we go. It's already a kill down for Fresh. Hades going to get one back on the Verge, and now Barlow's in a 1v2. Does he have enough damage? Super strong on the set. He'll get one back. He should go down here to Peter, and that is 2 kills or 2, I believe, going over to the side in the extended play here, going over for both sides. Of course, Peter does stay alive, which is going to benefit him a lot more, as he's actually already level 5 due to some of that solo EXP he picked up while Hades was suffering.
Yeah, Hades was suffering there, but I think York needed that bot win there just to keep their hopes alive in this game. So Barlow is going to look pretty fearsome with the Boots of Swiftness and look to roam as well, which he's already doing onto Omero combo, who's pretty low on mana. And, a great juke with the... what is it?
Oh, double root.
And
They're going to go all the way in, but level 6 is already Zephyr. Doesn't really matter. And the Karma going to get the heal out from the empowered W. Not going to root up his Omro, but here come the junglers. Level 4 only is going to be delete all, but Barlow is kind of caught out on the top of the fight. He will go down. Doesn't matter how strong he is. There's the flash in. There's the follow through from Peter, and York all the way back on top.
Yeah, York coming out ahead once again with these team fights. And all because Omro was able to have such a great juke with the shapeshifter ability, or shape splitter, not shifter, splitter. You know, the fine print can be hard to read at times. But yeah, just a great heads up play out of York. They collapsed well. And even though Peter's down in CS, up 2 kills, so the overall gold is fairly even across the map, even though it's 700 gold difference between the teams.
Not going to be too bad here. So Quantity just farming up his wave on the top side here. Fresh trying to get as much as he can back on the end of that play, but still going to favor York Lions, who have turned the gold deficit they had around. It really hasn't, as you mentioned, been that big for either side at this point in the game, but getting it turned around is very important for the momentum of York. And there is Peter Zazima picking level 6, of course, such an important mark for this Samira. And he's already 2-0-1. He can look to really try to take over this lane in this game.
Yes, and because so many of these fights have quickly gone in favor of York, the early XP lead for St. Clair has vanished, which is a little bit unfortunate because they did do a great job setting up their early game, especially shoving that wave in early. But it is what it is, and Barlow with the roams also cost him his XP advantage over Hades. So yeah, once again, the bot lane for York seems to be doing well, while Ricky is still doing Ricky things.
They had a nice trade onto Zephyr here. Pushing laning power of Omero's Nico here. Doing very well for himself. Up just a little CS. You'd expect that against the Karma, but he has been very impactful in that big play that gave the goal lead over to York. A little bit of trade of farm around the map. Fresh has ticked level 6. The lead all should be very close behind him. About to take that onslaught of shadows. But again, 6 is necessarily the mark for Fresh. What we're really looking for him is the transformation. So very much even out. And now talking about this bot lane, out comes the ultimate. And this is where Samira just takes over. The lead all is going to go down. But this is still a favorable play thus far for York. See if Fresh can do anything about it to try to turn this around. Will not be able to do so, and it's always an Inferno trigger diff when it's Samira time.
Yep, just level diff, XP diff, whatever you want to call it, even the horse diff. Now, unfortunately, that was a trade back onto the lead. Also, it wasn't a super clean dive, though it did go in favor of York, literally because they were also able to crash the wave. But Ricky is just a menace in the top lane, up 20 CS still. Ooh, gets knocked in the tower, should still be okay. And he goes into the death realm with the Gragas there, and does actually survive for the time being. But Zephyr,
yeah, meanwhile, Zephyrot's in some trouble, having to run away. He's level 8 to level 6, but it doesn't feel like it matters against this horse. Has to flash away over the red buff wall. He'll keep himself alive, but I mean, at this point, Barlow's level 4. He's lower level than Hades, and Hades didn't lane for half the lane. Omero will get a little chunk out. They'll retreat now as the reinforcements are arriving, but mid laner basically, this could be Dragon, this could be Rift Herald. It's basically free run of the map here for York Lions to decide.
Yeah, basically free reign, as you said. And we do see Fresh trying to get any sort of CS, but really he needs his transformation up to be of use. And I would like to see him go Red King. He's building towards the Gorge Rank, so that is to be expected. And now they are going to die on the Gragas. If the Gragas doesn't die, yeah, I was going to say, that's a good heads-up play by Fresh to make that gank happen. And now they have the main advantage for the Rift Herald, as Barlow is starting and taking the Rift Herald at level 4, which is a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, that felt a little weird from York there, as they actually saw the rest of the team go up and try and dive with Quantity, but they're going to get a fight regardless. And oh my god, Fresh already going so low. Asking the ulti to stay alive. He'll almost certainly go down as he comes out. There's the Inferno trigger, keeping Peter alive. He's trying to carry this fight. Omero's going to get the second, and it's just the level differences here. Peter is still alive. He'll fall down. It's once again LaFleur versus Zima in these kind of fights, but this time around, LaFleur is not as ahead as he used to be in the 8-trucks. He'll go down. And even in the 4v5, it is York Lions coming out ahead, picking up the Rift Herald.
Okay, he just finished the Riftmaker as well. So if he had the Riftmaker, he probably could have 1v3 that fight. So it's just a matter of back time as well, because Rick didn't get a back after killing the Gragas. So Gragas also did TP into this fight. I believe he TP'd to the mid tower and then walked into it. Or no, he's bot lane. TP bot, I guess. But either way, York still won that fight, and they're up nearly 3k gold because of it. So York playing these fights well, and the Infernal Trigger and the Pop Blossom coming out of the Nico, which is absolutely massive AoE damage. And now Barlow is on the end of some of that AoE damage, as, yeah, Barlow is bar gone right now.
I set up there from a Quantity heading down to the bot lane, setting up the trap in the bush, and giving Peter Zazima yet another one, 5-1 and 6, and this time feels like Peter can just take over this game, right? We wondered if he could on the Ezreal, didn't quite manifest, but I mean, on a Samira, this fed. A little bit of trouble here. Flashing in is Fresh. He'll get the knockup, but good peel from Hades. Will keep his AD carry alive for now. Forces the flash out of the York Lions support, but that's all they will get. Even potentially forfeit this Dragon. The Delete does not have a lot of support. Fresh is here. This is going to be a smite fight. And it's Delete for now. He'll get knocked up, but he's of course. He'll run away.
Okay, so that was a 12-minute Dragon, or the first Dragon take of the game. So Soul is still very, very, very far away. It probably won't spawn until the 30-minute mark, if my mental math is correct, because it's, what, 6-minute timer. So yeah, 30 minutes at the absolute soonest. So we could be in for the long haul with this game. And with these teams, it will be a bloody long haul.
again, 19 kills in 13 minutes. Not as bloody as game 2, but we promised you game 2 would be bloody. We were right. This one, not quite there, just based on champion picks more than anything else, but we could see quite a bit more. Harold off the table in the back pockets of delete all. We'll see where he wants to use that. Looks like he's just going to walk up mid, force this onto Zephyron. I like the placement, similar to something like a Victor. If you do just remove the safety from the wave clear champion in mid, can be quite a nice boon for you, although this will not get the full turret just yet. One more plate still to work through for Omuro and company.
Yes, it is the last plate, and they did drop it to make sure that they got the bonus gold from the plates. But if you look at the top lane right now, Ricky is abusing this poor Gragas. That man has enough health problems as is, and now Ricky being forced under tower probably won't last very long. But so far, he's still staying alive, though I don't think anything more will happen as he takes the extra tower shot, and that will be the Gragas getting that kill. And a bit of an overstep there by Ricky.
Yep, now it's supportal combat here in the bot side. I think Hades is dead regardless. There's a lot of people coming, but look at that. That's a nice combo, and Hades going to get himself a 1-for-1 at the end of this. I should give the kill over to the Kane, I would hope. Thank you very much. Fresh going to pick that one up, but nicely done, Hades. You're dragging one down to your hometown with you.
Yeah, now I would expect Hades to win that because I was going to say he's about 3 levels up because I think Barlow kicked over to 6 with the kill assist XP that he got on Hades there. But either way, Barlow is so very far behind. You know, has 75% kill participation, but is also rocking close to, what, 40% of his team's deaths? And now Quaff Anthony goes down, delete all, being focused here. Does have the CC coming through out of Zephyrat. Shouldn't be able to lock down delete all permanently there as Omuro, throws out the shape splitter there just to throw some confusion into the mix.
Yeah, just going to peel for his jungler, who was getting slowed up by Zephyrat, but of course does manage to walk away. Did get that scuttle, and meanwhile, off screen, Peter Zazima, he's in a 1v1, and he is going to triumph once again on the Daredevil. That's going to be first turret of the game, going down to York Lions, and all coming through this bottom laner.
Yeah, Peter once again getting ahead.
Oh no, you got it second. Ricky got it first.
Oh yes, Ricky. Shining light for St. Clair right now is definitely needed. But Fresh, once Fresh gets fully online, I think could be an absolute menace in these fights. And speaking of fights, here we go. Fresh misses the knockup. The Pop Blossom comes out. Doesn't land on anyone right now as Fresh keeps going in. He's sustaining pretty well. He lands the knockup there. And a great suplex by Barlow. But they are
Peter.
manned here, and they need to run for the hills. And no, Fresh gets knocked out of it. Barlow will be able to get over the pit. Zephyrat is trying to get some damage across over the Dragon Pit wall, but unfortunately it won't be getting anything there. And yeah, it's all she wrote, but Verge could be getting caught here by Quaff Anthony. The body slam does land, the barrel is there. The killer instinct over the wall to safety will keep Verge alive for the time being. Ooh, okay, Hades.
Still in a little trouble. I think Hades is going to go down here. He'll try to dredge the line out, but will get dragged back by the claw. Verge will pick up his second kill of the game, working towards that second item when he starts to come online here, but still very far behind. Peter Zazima, 8 kills in favor of York Lions at the moment, about 4k gold lead. Dragon coming up in 32 seconds, but I think the more interesting thing will be the second Rift Herald potentially. That will come up in a minute or so.
Yes, the second Rift Herald. Not as famous as the first, but definitely still valuable. So it's also an Air Dragon coming up in 10 seconds. These teams could look to shake on it, depending on what they want to prioritize, because Dragon Soul is so far away. But Combo there, he's getting a little bit caught, but with delete all there, he's able to walk it out. And it seems like it will be a handshake on the neutral objectives, as a York is clearly favoring the Dragon when they already have that stacking started.
Dragon is the call at the moment for the Lions, so they will pick up their second of the game. We'll see what the soul is and what we do get for Rift as soon as this one goes down. Anthony just going to help those minions up in the bottom side, while topside trade over by St. Clair. There is the smite, there's the auto, and it's gonna be the Ocean Soul and Ocean Rift coming out for this final game of the series, Cyro. There goes the second Rift Herald. Use that one mid or bot. As you can see, Peter Zima heading up towards the mid lane. Still just the all the outer turrets, I believe, actually the top lane turret, the last one remaining for York Lions, and couple still needed to remove the outer line here for St. Clair.
Ooh. So I'm
And
looking
meanwhile-
at itemizations right now, and we do see that the Nico did get picked off there. But itemization, almost everyone has their mythic. Barlow is incredibly behind on that front still. Like, incredibly so. And Verge gets picked off on the bottom side of the map. So these teams are handshaking sides as well. But with the Rift Herald top, this should be at least the T2, maybe the Inhibitor Tower as well. But with 2 backing, I think they'll be able to stop it after it gets the charge on the Nexus Tower. But with that minion wave there, it may not even get the Inhibitor Tower charge off as well, which is a little bit of a shame. And Ricky is sieging or doubling the T1 bot lane, so a pretty good macro play coming out of St. Clair, even though they do lose Verge.
Nice barrel in, but Ricky's pretty tanky. Should be okay here. Only takes the 2 turret shots. Gonna pop him into the Death Realm as well. Takes another one, but it looks like he's got a solo kill coming. The flash is early from a Quantity, and he cannot stay alive. Another solo for Ricky Lafleur.
Yes, Ricky Lafleur, the only one. Actually, Fresh is at 6-2-2, so Fresh is pretty scary. Ooh, okay, there is a
He
clap
in
on
trouble
Ricky
now. Here we go. Yeah, coming on in is the lead all, but struggled to get the kills onto this top laner all series long. Finally gets it down. Peter actually going to get his Inferno trigger as well. Has to use Exhaust onto Fresh. He's in a lot of trouble. The shutdown could be coming. Ulti out, shield in to try to protect Peter. Still has the Cane on top of him. Peter going to go down 700 gold, but there's a huge Pop Blossom for Omro. Now it's about kiting out. The TP coming back in. Verge has already used his Q. He hasn't used his ult just yet. Can he use it to get away? He's looking for an angle. Can't find it. Omro will get the kill. Now Fresh is alone on the top side of Quantity. Just chunking him down. In goes Hades. Almost to his death. Now to his death, but they will finally delete the jungler. It is Delete who gets the final kill for the ace.
Yes, now we're finally starting to see a significant goal lead here. It's about 2.83k, depending on how the wave falls. But overall, St. Clair, they have opportunities to fight back. I don't think Zephyros is doing enough right now in the team fights, on the Karma pick being 0, 3, and 5. And Verge is getting picked off a little too easily as well, I feel. But also, there's a lot of scaling yet to be seen on St. Clair. Like, Kaisa only has 1 item done that isn't fully stacked. That's with the Mana Mune. And yeah, there's still 60 stacks to go. But Peter, it's 2 items with a Quicksilver Slash and an Executioner's Calling as well. And my, oh my, that is a lot of damage.
On these waves now, as mid still yet to fall for the York Lions, getting into that mid game portion here. 21 minutes in, 2 Drakes. Next one in a minute 20, of course, will be a prize in the eyes of the Lions. They can get their pride the kill here at some point. They're looking for that pick. A lot of vision being walked over, but they're just gonna retreat. And I get the feeling we're not going to see a lot of action until this next objective spawns, Cyro.
I think that would probably be the right call too, because if they take a fight now, they risk losing that objective before they even have a chance to fight for it. And the teams are still relatively close as well. So it is Ocean Soul. So I think this is what the 3rd unique soul we've had in this series as well, which is pretty fun but annoying as well. So it does mean that heal cut will be all the more valuable, as we do see it on 3 members of York. But right now it is a fight for the vision, as Dragon is 30 seconds away. But York does have vision priority.
Oh, Delete just going straight in on Diverge, trying to delete the 80 carry, but it might have been a little early. TP comes in for Ricky Lafleur, and that's actually split this fight up. The jungler on the wrong side doesn't have the Onslaught of Shadows. A little tricky to approach this Dragon for York Lions, again, their big thing. They need to keep Peter safe. He's a strong member. He's going to get knocked up, though. Has to use the W early. Has to flash away. They create a wall around him. In goes Barlow. They haven't quite gotten onto the AD carry, though. Working on the S. Working on the Inferno Trigger, but he's down! Down goes Peter! And that's great news for St. Clair. Yes, there's been a trade kill on the backside. Both AD carries are gone. Zephyros going to fall as well, but Aquanthony is super low. He's basically dead. 1 foot in the grave already in this 3v3, and Ricky LaFleur, main man, still alive here. He gets passive very soon. Delete has to head for the hills, and this Drake looks like it's going to be headed into the back pockets of St. Clair.
Yes, this was just a huge win by Delete all there, buying time for a quad. Anthony to back the TP back in with full HP, and this dragon is still up for a contestation as combo goes in for it. Does go over or get killed by Fresh. Delete all goes down here, and now it's the Gragas being focused down. I think they will have this kill secured. And in the extended fight, it does go over to St. Clair to claw back half of their gold deficit, and I think are already looking towards Baron because there's still a 20-second death timer on Delete all.
Yep, they got the backs spaced here. They have them staggered. Delete is still dead. That is fake Delete. This is not the real Delete all. Swap on over, and now what can York Lions do? They need to try to deter this Baron, but it's already below 50% HP. Ricky's just going to zone him off. This one is going to go into the back pockets of St. Clair. The question is, can they get out? I mean, Ricky's making it look like the answer is most definitely yes. And after taking the first game of the series, things are not looking great for York, although they will get a pick onto Fresh as he tries to run away. Nice positioning from Omaro. Go down this Baron buff and push. He'll get clawed in. There's a lot of follow-up at the moment. There's a lot of appetite for it for St. Clair. They need to attack the face of the Barons, though Ricky he's just fearless, man. He's just walking in. He knows there's no combo on Omaro, and yeah, Hades gonna go down here. Ricky is just absolutely dominant. Peter gonna get a kill on the backside, but he's in melee range. He's definitely gonna die here. Ricky's just gonna get a quadra kill by practically standing still, and York Lions cannot do anything about Ricky LaFleur.
Yeah, Ricky LaFleur is making a case to be the MVP of the series. I think even if they lose this match, he still could be. Because yeah, he's 9-4-5. He has a 700 gold bounty. He's 2.5 items. He's a monster. And he is building towards lasagnas. Has a fully stacked Dark Seal as well. And so it could all be about Ricky right now. Now, one thing I would like to see come out of York, but I have no idea who would actually build it, would be a Serpent's Fang. That could be an oversight in their draft, not having anyone to build Serpent's Fang, because you look at the shielding coming out of St. Clair, and if you have nothing to combat that shielding, like a Serpent's Fang, the heal cut alone probably won't be enough to do anything about it.
Yeah, I agree with you here. Cyro, there is really no one that can build that item. Not really going to happen for Hector. Really, Samira, the only one that can do it, and I don't really think she wants to. Already had to set aside some gold for the QSS to make sure she doesn't get pulled into the death realm. Not really something she can afford until maybe the hyper late game. And at this point, you're going to need it a little sooner than that, because Ricky has once again dominated his lane. He's dominated the team fights. He's 230 CS, 9 kills, 4 items. Like, this man, he's unstoppable. Omaro is through the laning phase. It means he is not as useful as he once was. Hard for him to clear waves. Can't do anything about level 17 Ricky and Claire with Ricky and Baron buff to bust this game wide open. Still have a tiny little gold lead, but it will get bigger as these turrets do fall. And of course, again, they have Ricky LaFleur, which might just be all you need to get wins in this league. And okay, we're getting the fight, and we're just going straight on in here. Shielding already being popped here by Hades, trying to keep his teammates alive. Barlow has stayed alive. A little bit of a split fight here. Fresh has to go into a body, but he's going to die inside of that body. Now Zephyros is in trouble. The shielding going to get cut down, and it's split calls, it's split decision-making, and it's a great punish by York Lion.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough right now, but Ricky is still alive, and when there's a Ricky, there is hope.
Yeah, Quantity going in.
1v3.
Yeah,
okay,
but Ricky, he's a mid-4. This could be very dangerous for York. He's looking for the first kill. He's going to get the bonus stats. Now he has to walk on back. His teammates are dying. Peter Zazima has already used the Inferno Trigger. Here comes the second kill for Ricky. He's going to go into the stopwatch. Still has his passive ticking. He's going to get a third on Hades. They can't kill Ricky. That's 4. Does he
Gave
have
him the
flash?
penta.
No, he can't get over the wall. He's looking for it, but there's no way for him to chase down Omuro. But you just can't stop this man in the top lane.
Give him the penta, damn it. He deserves it. Okay, fine. Don't give it to Ricky. This is why you lose. Because Ricky is just too much. Okay, so Baron buff has run its course now. Ricky, level 17, highest level in the game. No one can contest him. Not even 4 people at this point. Maybe if they had their entire cooldown arsenal available to use just on Ricky, and Ricky somehow lost both of his hands in a tragic accident, maybe they could kill the Mordekaiser. But right now, that's seeming like an impossible task, as this Mordekaiser is full build. What? Where did this happen?
Well, he had 4 items before that fight, and he got another 4 kills, so that's why.
Yeah, but when I last looked at items, he was like 2.5, working on Zanya's.
That was before the first 4 kills. Then he had 3 items. Or 4 items. Now he has 5. And now they have a second Drake. And now they have another kill. There's a nice pick out and a nice reposition. And Peter has to flash away. He'll stay alive for now, but I mean, Ricky can take this turret pretty much infinitely. They will not get the kill on the Peter Zima. They will, however, get his flash, meaning he is very vulnerable for this next push. And I mean, York's just split out over the map. Hades inside the, Fresh inside the base. He's inside of Hades. Going very low, burning down. He'll have to walk away. He'll just tanking this turret up. Nice cast. That's going to reposition Sephiroth, who has to flash immediately. A lot of damage being taken by Fresh. Ricky in the middle of 4. He's going to go into the death realm to buy time. Oh my god, he does so much damage to Omuro. Needs to get a kill, though. He is kind of alone. Needs to pop the stopwatch. They can't!
Oh, no!
No! Ricky! He's still alive, this man! He's going to get the second shield. Can he get 3? Can he get 4? Ricky LaFleur is absolutely unstoppable! A triple kill for Ricky! And he sent St. Clair into raptures. They're going to take the series!
What? Ricky, this is not okay. There are laws against abusing people like this. This is just assault at this point. But it doesn't matter because the game is over. Just over 30 minutes in, with 64 kills combined, this was another bloody game. And with going the distance and being hard carried by Ricky LaFleur, St. Clair Griffins win this best of 3 series against the York University JV Lions.
Matt LaFleur, move over. You are no longer the most famous LaFleur in America. It is now all belonging to Ricky LaFleur, the top laner here for St. Clair. What an incredible performance from him in this game, too. The man, the myth, the legend himself. Apparently, it's all you need to win. A Ricky Diff is the story of this series, and hopefully will be the story of a resurgent second half of the season for the St. Clair squad here in the NECC. Before us here at the caster desk, that is all we had for you for the series. I want to thank my partner in Cyrostims. I want to thank our production, Shiro, for dealing with all of the issues going on. There wasn't much they could do about them, but they fixed the stream. They got us back online, and they gave us 2 incredible games from St. Clair. And of course, thank you to all of you fans for tuning in. We hope you've enjoyed the games. There's still more to come here in the 3rd slot. You'll see more of Cyro. But for me and for everyone else signing off, hope you have a wonderful, wonderful night.
When the lights turn out, even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too.
Welcome back for our third series of the night. Now, the first two series have been chaotic, they have been fun, and hopefully the trend continues. So, in this series, we do have Butler University against Harper College. Now, both of these teams are in the Emergence Navy division, and Butler is the favorite team at a record of 4-1. So, this is week 6 action, and I am joined here on the casting desk with Hawk. So, Hawk, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. I just got back from vacation, so I'm actually feeling pretty amazing. And I am so excited to be back here on the NECC casting desk. Like you said, Butler, 4-1 coming into this match. But hey, Harper, they're also two, so a bit of a higher table matchup that we have here, and one that could be pretty important moving forward in the season for both of these teams.
Yes, yes, because we are into the second half of the season, because I believe it's a 9-week regular season, and then we get playoffs. So every win will count for these teams, and getting these wins now is better than never getting them. So
Absolutely.
Butler already looking fairly good, and we just saw an extremely bloody match between St. Clair and York University. There was a heavy priority on the Heckram, though the Heckram lost every game, which was surprising. So, do you feel like there's any, or going to be any other meta picks that fail to perform in this upcoming series?
I think it's hard to say what meta picks think will fail to perform, because I think even a champion like Hecarim that, as you said, was maybe less than impressive in the most recent series. I do think a lot of those picks are still meta for a reason, as long as they are picked with purpose. And it comes down to the teams that are piloting said champions. If they're able to have the effect that they want to on them, then it will be shown why those champions are considered to be so good. However, to answer your question a little bit, a couple of champions that I do have my eye on, especially in the mid lane. One of them, namely being Ari. She's been cropping up in the meta for the last couple patches. Generally very strong in lane, extremely good skirmish potential, and favored in a lot of competitive environments. But it hasn't exactly performed maybe as well as a lot of teams would say. And I heard a great analogy a couple weeks ago about Ari, sort of comparing her to the as the Renekton of the mid lane, where she basically is picked by teams to win lane and team fight kind of well, skirmish kind of well, and do everything kind of well, but not really do anything amazingly. So I do have my eyes on that champion. I do think it is still good in certain senses, but not always the best. And again, it will come down to necessarily how those champions are piloted, the effect that they're able to have.
Yeah, so Ari definitely being, as you said, a resurgent pick because of the buffs that she received. And she's still very, very annoying with all her dashes. So if we see her, we see her. If we don't, well, I'll be just as happy anyways.
Yeah,
But
she can be annoying and very slippery, very difficult to deal with champion indeed.
yeah, so we are into Champ Select here for the first game of this best of 3 series. So Harper JV is on blue side and Butler University is on red side. And the red side seems to be very strong with the counter pick if you use it right. So looking at the ban so far, we do see the Samira, which I wouldn't say is a meta pick, so definitely more of a target pick. And there's the Fiora, definitely a side lane monstrosity if she can get a head.
Yeah, lots of target banning happening, and I do agree with you. Red side can be really strong if you're willing to leverage that counter pick, that R5 counter pick, as much as you should. However, red side can be difficult because there's a lot of things that you have to ban. Zeri still extremely prominent in the meta. Jinx still extremely prominent in the meta. Two things that come up. Hecarim as well. We were just talking about it. I think a lot of teams would consider it pick ban in the current meta as well. So being on the red side, you do have a lot of threats to deal with that blue side could easily snap up in the first half of draft. But if you're able to leverage that final counter pick enough and get enough of an advantage, it can definitely be favorable. And it seems like top lane is the focus. Fiora, Irelia, and Tryndamere all being taken away. They do not want Harper to get their hands on that. And again, or not again, but it should be worth noting that these team comps were pro-drafted beforehand, and now we are just going through on the client draft. So the order in which the champions are picked is not necessarily the order in which they were picked before.
Yeah. So it's one of those things with production. We either get champion select as it happens or pre-made and then they just kind of run through it. Either way, it's a surprise for me. And it's an aggressive bot lane coming out of Butler. I'm assuming that is going to be the bot Caitlyn Lux combination, and they should be able to shove that fairly cleanly. So I'm a little bit surprised that with the focus top lane in terms of the bans, that Harper just opts in for a safe tank pick. I find that a little amusing because Sion should just survive. Will go Hullbreaker most likely and have that side lane pressure. And so far, the bans for the second phase are typical, a little bit atypical. Corki's fallen out of the meta, still a strong champion. Lee Sin, Silas, some great Olin engagers as well being banned out from the likes of Harper, just to make sure they have fewer opportunities to engage, and then taken away Zetharath, which I agree with. I don't care, get the champion out of the game. I hate his poke. Yeah, I just hate his poke too much, and then he has the arcane artillery, which is annoying. That said, let's look at the rest of the picks coming out. We have the Graves, Vigard, Vayne, Pike for Harper, and the Galio, Hecarim, Kennen for the side of Butler. So, Hawk, what are your thoughts on these two compositions now that we've seen them?
So it was a first picked Vayne here for Harper, and I think a lot of analysts, including myself, would say not exactly a prize first pick in the current meta. But if you want to throw down the gauntlet here in game one and say we are going to smash your bottom lane and get a Vayne going, with a statement trademark champion, that is definitely the way to do it. Unfortunately, it does open yourself up to a lot of counter picking by all of the meta 80 carries. Caitlyn being one of them, heavily dominate the bottom lane, especially with the Lux, and I think that explains why the Corki was banned out, not wanting to let that heavy poke duo go over, or the heavy poke trio, I should say. But Caitlyn Lux should have a lot of agency in the lane. I think other options could have been things like that Jinx, but Harper, they've adjusted well, and they've got themselves a pretty fearsome front line in front of this Vayne. The Scion that you mentioned, the tank going up there in the top side, should do very well into the Kennen matchup, as well as that Veigar should shut down plenty of engage attempts.
I'm going to disagree with you there. They don't have that much of an actual frontline for Vayne. It's going to be Vayne relying on self-heal for the most part, because she also has Cleanse. And when you look at the rest of the comp, it's the Vigor with the Baby Cage, which they can just poke over top of. They have Pike, which is phenomenally squishy as well. And then the Graves. Now, depending on the Graves build, because there has been a Gore Drinker build, I believe, going around for him, or maybe a Stridebreaker, he can be a bit bruisery and buffy, but they don't offer the same type of appeal for the Vayne. And Sion does have to be there instead of in the side lane. So it's a little bit questionable how much agency this Vayne will have. Whereas the win con for Butler seems very clear cut. They have the Kennen, they have the Hecarim, and they have the Galio. So they get a flank at all, then the Galio ult on top. They will have a very easy to execute win condition and wombo combo that you just put the Caitlyn and Lux over top of with their damage and burst combination. And that should be a pretty one team fight for Butler, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, but definitely my biggest concern for the Harper composition is the range. They will be getting pushed in on multiple fronts here. Caitlyn Lux, especially on the bottom side, will have a lot of push potential. And with the threat of a Hecarim dive, as you mentioned, Pike, not exactly a support that heals for his AD carry the best. So if you wanted to go for a big bottom side with this Hecarim, especially coming through level 6s, you can basically just delete somebody off the map before they even have a chance to react. There is a lot of concern there, but again, I do still think this Veigar will be a pick to watch, because the Galio counter pick, while it is a favorable lane matchup for Galio, it's not a lane smashing counter pick. It's not something that's going to keep this Veigar down and really make it pay. So a Veigar that's able to scale up alongside this Vayne will provide an immense amount of zoning threat. Kennen can't really get in against the Veigar. Neither can Hecarim, and Galio can't if his teammates can't. So if you're Butler, you've still got to work to find creative engage angles. It should be doable, considering the fact that I would expect you'd have a winning bot side of the map early on to be able to just play through the mid game and win around 1-2 items. I don't expect this one to get late enough for Harper to be able to come online. If you're not able to make that happen, though, that's where this Veigar will be able to have massive effect. He'll put the ball in Butler's court to find creative flanks where I think they might find their engages stymied.
Yeah, the later the game goes, the scarier it gets, especially with the scaling on Harper. As you've been talking about, the Vigor will stack AP, the Vayne will just become a menace and will shred the Galio, the Hecarim, the Kennen. And it could be a matter of just being able to burst those two carries. But then you also have the Pike for the execution damage. So this game can very easily get out of hand for either team, I feel, depending on how the early game goes and who starts getting the kills. So that's going to be the story, isn't it? Who gets ahead early? Because that will dictate the vast majority of this game.
Definitely. And my one, not one, but one of my other concerns for Harper, though, is, you've got a lot of scaling on your side. And I definitely think scaling is a very good strategy in the current meta. If you're able to have the opportunity for your lanes to help each other, for your jungler as well to help your lanes. And a really major concern that I didn't really touch on before is this Graves pick. I think Graves jungle is just straight up not a good pick right now. I really think Graves jungle is actually very weak. It loses to most meta jungler matchups, as well as not really providing the utility that is demanded from junglers right now. So I think this Graves pick is really going to struggle, and it's going to struggle to help these lanes out if they fall behind. I mean, if you're bringing a Hecarim and a Graves to an early game level 6 skirmish here on the bottom side, Hecarim is going to have so much more impact, and I think Graves is really going to have problems bailing this Vayne out of bad situations when she's really going to need it. So again, I think it plays into Butler, as you said, has a really clearly defined win condition. You win the game through the bottom side of the map. You don't let this game go late. And even if it does, you might have options, right? But you should be able to get such a significant lead by 1 to 2 items that I feel like Butler's comp will be able to just roll them over, and the Graves won't be able to help stop that snowball at all.
Yeah. Now Nuno is not in the game, so we don't have to worry about the world's biggest snowball. But the snowball potential is there, as you were talking about, and it's hard to stop something once it gains momentum, because isn't that one of Newton's 3 laws of physics or something like that? Once an object is in motion, it will stay in motion unless acted upon by an outside force, and that force does have to be significant enough to stop it. So it will be rough here, but we are into the first game at last, and it seems like it will be a fairly even start, we'll say.
Yeah, just 5 points from both teams. No one wanting to get too spicy, and I think it makes a lot of sense. The level 1s from both sides actually pretty weak, all things considered. Pike Vayne can be a little bit, but outside of that, it's not. There's not really too much to write home about. I would expect both junglers going to want to go towards full clear pass. I've been saying it a lot, but I think if you are Levi here on this Hecarim, you're just farming a 6. Get the 6, play around your bottom side. If you can keep vision with the river, hold that spot.
Oh, Atlas here. He was caught out on a ward for the majority there and pays the price. Now, Kennen does pick up the first blood here. Already has a Doran's Blade start. And I would imagine he's just... I'm actually kind of curious what he buys. So he's a longsword.
Interesting. Is this going to be a potential split push Kennen here from Neckington?
Ooh.
Not really something that we've seen in a long time. I don't think since Reckless played... the AD cannon way back in the day, I feel like. But either way, that is definitely a huge pick. I mean, Atlas just way too far up. His team was nowhere near to support him. You're not really going to be able to make you're not able to make anything happen when you are a solo Pike. So Atlas definitely giving away a big one, and that laning advantage for Neckington could be significant.
Yeah, we do see that the bot lane for Butler here is setting up something onto Nathan, but they don't pull the trigger on it yet, and they still miss a CS in there as well, which is a little unfortunate.
Yeah, but they get control of the wave, and that's definitely what they want. They want to get this Lux Caitlyn already pushing, go for a potential 3-wave crash. You bring this Hecarim down on the full clear, guarantee him a crab, and maybe even an invade for vision on the other side. It's basically just securing this bottom side from any potential plays, as Neckington already going to try to leverage his advantage on this Sion, but Sion is a pretty big stat stick up there on the top side.
Yeah, but the range versus melee advantage is always something to take into consideration there, because the range poke will, do poking things. It will wear and whittle you down, and this has to be an AD cannon here, because that is a lethal temple keystone ruin.
I'm actually really excited to see this. It's not something I've seen in a long time, and I'm interested to see if it's still good, I feel like my gut instinct is no, but if you're able to make this work out, then it definitely could be threatening. You get something like a Blade of the Ruined King, start shredding down the Scion, it could be big. But remember, Hullbreaker is in the game, and it makes Scion into quite a side lane menace, and one that is very difficult to break down. So I'm not really convinced that this will shore up the Kennen in the one-on-one. And I think it's actually sacrificing your biggest strength, which would be finding those team fight flanks. If dude on this Veigar doesn't have the cage in a team fight, Kennen is basically unperturbed in these fights, and I think that the Slicing Maelstrom but alas, it will not be that, as Atlas is looking for a hook, going to get chunked.
Yeah, he got chunked fairly good there. He did step pretty far forward to get a hook around the minions. Now Levi is there as well, looking for a potential dive here. Is spotted out around the corner there, and you could already see Shanathan backing up. They ward the bush there, and the hook for Opa Axe isn't quite there at the time, but they will look for the fight here as Levi goes in, condemned backwards, but they still go in onto Atlas. And the early TP comes out from Dude Robet. And ooh, break cage there, separates them into two.
Dude!
Is CC'd up though, doesn't find the Yordle Snap Trap to keep him locked down. And I think both teams just walk away here as Atlas gets a cheeky hook in to try and keep them down here, but I think it's best for both teams if they just walk away from this fight.
Yeah, a little bit of overstaying right there from both teams, but I think Butler got what they wanted at the end of the day. They get the teleport from Dude Brobret, and they also deny some minions away from Shanathan to keep this Vayne down. You know, ideally, you're not having your Lux flash away at the end, but you know, it's the Lux flash at the end of the day is not going to matter too much because Levi is going to go back up to the top side and clear right down to the bottom side to keep protecting this bottom side. He's going to keep holding this Lux in this Caitlyn's hand, so they should be okay, and Graves not really at any potential threat of a gank. So you mostly get what you want, even if you're not getting a kill. And it is Butler on the front foot just a little bit in the game. That first blood money keeping them up about 800 gold, as well as mild farm advantages in every lane.
Yeah, the important thing there was that Nelly Robin, the Graves, was able to catch the mid wave and push it in, which is why he has a XP lead over Levy there. But regardless, it should be evened up here pretty quickly as the Hecarim goes to clear his jungle. But yeah, overall, it's a fairly stable game state, I would say.
Definitely.
Both teams have felt each other out so far, and it's only the TPs and top laner left, and we know that pre-14-minute teleports only are advantageous if you're using them to save your team when they're trying to dive tower, because you can't use them offensively anymore.
As we already saw on the bottom side, but it is worth, of course, that cooldown will not be available when Butler, Levi, and the other Giraffe hit 6, and that Hecarim Galio dive is really what I'm waiting for. Levi, not quite there yet. I don't think the Scuttle Crab will be enough. We'll have to see if he ticks over. No, not quite. You know, a little bit behind on that XP. However, I should be getting there pretty soon. But still, you can keep coming down to this bottom side. Look at the line of red wards dotting the river for Butler. They're just keeping it dark, keeping it scary, forcing the Harper Hawks to respect the threat of the dive, because it could come through at any moment. And it means that you are dropping farm, trying to, you know, respect the threat of the dive. It forces this Harper Hawk squad just to back up on the bottom side every so often, and already Carthago up about 10 CS.
Yeah, I'm just worried about this Kennen, who hasn't backed yet, so has very poor timing. Is able to trade onto Fortnite Builder, the Scion, but really needs to get a reset off, because he's probably sitting on at least 2,000 gold if I had to take a gander at how much gold he has right now.
Yeah, definitely. Neckington, not Renekton. No
1900.
Renektons in this game. Going to be sitting on a lot of gold, but you do see that Lethal Tempo actually doing some work up there on the top side. So with that 7 CS lead and the kill, actually feeling pretty comfortable in the one-on-one so far. I'm still holding my breath for when the Hullbreaker comes through. However, when Neckington gets that back and presumably picks up, I don't know, a Noon Quiver? Is that what he's going to go? I honestly have no idea. Maybe like Triforce Cannon? That sounds bad. I don't know. But either way, we'll see what he goes, but it will be a lot. It will be a big gold swing up there on the top side. And even with the gold deficit, or the relative gold deficit in items, he's feeling pretty confident in those trades.
Oh no. Oh, maybe, yes. I don't know anymore. But Nathan with a great condemn on Cargo there keeps him safe and alive. Because he got the stun off, Caitlyn could get the headshot because she was no longer in range. So a great heads up play there by the Vayne to stay alive. Though they will give over, looks like 2 tower plates and will lose out on at least 1 minion wave. But Nelly Robin is there to collect it. So it's not the end all be all for this bot lane for Butler. Well, Butler is in the lead after that play for sure.
Definitely. It's absolutely enormous that kill did not go over. If Carthago picks that one up, this bot lane is doomed. Now, it's probably still doomed, but it's less doomed with the kill not going over. You're denied a double stacked wave power as well as the Caitlyn picking up plates. This is exactly what I wanted out of Butler. Deny vision on the bottom side. Keep your Caitlyn luck safe to perma push and just let them play the 2v2 and they'll win it 10 games out of 10. And we're seeing it unfold. Now it's unfolded to a 1.7 thousand gold lead at 9 minutes with only 1 kill having gone down. That is a very substantial gold lead early on, and then they're able to transition that into a dragon as well. Shanathan now down the flash means that the gank threat is very real despite the presence of the cleanse. So everything basically going Butler's way. They don't need kills to generate a lead, and that is on full display right now.
Yeah, we see that 700 gold lead for this Kennen in the top lane. And most of that will be off the first blood, actually. But still, it's close, and this Kennen should die here, and does go down to the Scion as that unstoppable ultimate comes through.
NECC just not respecting the Scion damage rate there. Eats a knockup, and it's a guaranteed unstoppable onslaught from the Scion. Just goes in, picks that one up. Really nicely done from Fortnite Builder, and I think NECC going to be kicking himself for not expending the flash. Slicing Maelstrom was used sometime prior off screen. Now, Levi is going for a play, but doesn't want to commit the Onslaught of Shadows due to not knowing where Nelly Robinson is. So it seems like Fortnite Builder will just be able to push in this wave and get a nice reset. So NECC getting punished maybe for not resetting when he should have.
He did have these items for that fight, but I think it was the faded steel caps that just paid dividends there for Fortnite. And also I think was a level up just from how the XP was working for him there.
That's a 2v2 on the bottom side. Carthago taking down Atlas. Unfortunately, we couldn't see quite what happened right there, but it does mean that this Caitlyn picks up that coveted kill that she's been pursuing all lane. Now working on her 5th tower plate. Bot lane is absolute Armageddon right now in favor of Butler. And look at that first tower, 2v2 taken at just 11 minutes. Cyro, that is absolutely massive.
Yes, it is absolutely massive. And now NECC is under pressure here. The Maelstrom comes out, it gets the 1 stun with the flash, is able to make it to tower. That's less than ideal if you're this PvP Kennen right now. As you see the Rift Herald get dropped, and Nelly a little bit slow on the ultimate there. Can't quite find the cancellation. And that's what, 3 towers? Yeah. Maybe 4 going over to the side of...
They get 3 plates, but it's onto your Scion and your Graves, your 2 least impactful carries, it feels like, out of the Veigar and the Vayne. And I actually feel like this is a really forced Herald on the top. Now you're getting you into a lane swap situation. Butler is doing exactly what they should. They're executing this Caitlyn composition extremely well. You rotate the Caitlyn up to the top side, you get priority, and you just do the same thing. But if Harper had the Herald still, they could reset, come down to the bottom side, drop the Herald, and actually out-push the Caitlyn and threaten for 2 towers. It forces a response out of Butler and breaks up their game plan, but instead, with the Herald being expended, sure, you get 3 plates, but you don't get anything else, and now this Caitlyn is going to have a field day on the top side, unimpeded almost.
Yeah, now I don't think Caitlyn will be able to push out, the Fortnite Builder, the Scion, from the lane. He just seems a little bit too tanky right now, but it should be a pretty safe farm lane for Caitlyn right now if she so chooses. She'll still be able to chip away at the tower for sure, but if Lux doesn't stay around. I think Sion could 1v1 the Caitlyn, actually.
Yeah, that's when you bring your Hecarim and your Galio up to the top side. Right now, Fortnite Builder is completely in a solo lane. I'm actually really surprised to see Butler playing around this dragon. I think, yeah, while stacking dragons is good as heroic entrance is expended, there's a collapse coming through.
Ooh, okay, so it's a bit of a split fight here. The other draft goes on to Atlas. Atlas does have to flush away. Nexon is
3v4.
there. They don't find the CC onto Nelly, and now it's Nexon Jr. who gets absolutely demolished by Atlas there with a great execution. Doesn't quite find on the other draft, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Nathan goes for it. The exhaust is down. The tower doesn't find enough shots, and now Butler OPX does go down to Nelly Robin there as well. So the Graves drops, and it's everyone dropping right now as Sai gets into the fight. A great flash by Caitlyn, the heals there as well. And now Levi needs to run. But Carthargo, he gets the kill on the Bane. It's a 4v4 so far. And now it's Fortnite Builder, who should be able to kill this Caitlyn regardless. Flashes to secure it. And just like that, it's an ace for the side of the Hawks.
It's a messy fight in the mid lane. I immediately caster curse Butler. Why are you committing so hard onto this bottom side away from the Caitlyn? It ends up being a 4-for-5 in favor of Harper. So yeah, Butler kind of gets away with it. They don't lose out too terribly. If you just commit up onto this top side with your Hecarim and your Lux and your Galio, I don't see a way that top turret stands 1v4 for this Sion. Instead, they go down to the bottom side, tunneling on the Cloud Dragon and give over some big kills to the team fight composition. Fortunately, Fortnite Builder does pick up 2. The main carries aren't exactly online yet. Definitely a mistake you'd have to think for Butler. Really sets them behind the pace of the game, and now it does give Harper positioning over the Dragon. We'll see if the contest comes through. Just 10 seconds on the Onslaught of Shadows. Look for Levi.
Yeah, I don't think contesting this dragon would be the best call to make. But the other draft goes in there with the heroic charge. Luckily, doesn't find anyone. And Necton should be able to get this top T1 tower pretty easily, as no one is there to contest it just yet. So it is a trade of objectives across the map so far.
The split push cannon not wanting to join the dragon fight, which I think makes a lot of sense, actually. I keep forgetting. It's a split push cannon. It's not a team fighting cannon. And it does look like it's going to be that Blade of the Ruin King first, which will aid immensely in the side lane. Also worth noting, it is going to be a Hex Tech Soul. So at the end of the day, the dragon does still go to Harper, and the tower does still go to Butler. It just happened a lot later and with a lot more kills than maybe it could be argued should have happened. However, we can't lie. It was very entertaining seeing the fight on the bottom side. It is Butler still maintaining about a 1,500 gold lead. Carthago getting caged up, but not under too much threat. Now, with both side lane towers down, you can rotate this Caitlyn to the mid lane and continue working on what is now the mid tier 1. You've got priority over the Herald as well to help you out.
Yeah, so they have 4 men onto the Rift out here, so this should be a pretty easy pickup, especially with Nelly being the only one in the vicinity, but he's focusing on the blue buff. So Levi does potentially sniff out the Graves. I don't know if he wants to take the fight, just steal the camp and the gold and the XP for it. But it's going to come down to a bit of a smite fight there. There is 3 members here for the side of the Harper Hawks. And Levi does use the Onslaught of Shadows to get out there. And the collateral damage comes out from Nelly. Doesn't amount to much. So, wait, what? The other giraffe can cut down by Bane. And now Atlas nearly getting picked off in mid lane. It's a bit of cross-map play still, but that's not what you want to see happen if you're Butler. You don't want any kills going onto the Bane, especially if they're solo kills.
Oh, I wish we could see these solo kills. I mean, the other draft, maybe it was a bush bait from the Vayne or something. I actually have no idea what happened. But either way, like you said, a kill for Shanathan is absolutely and now this Kraken Slayer Vayne has 2 kills to her name, is actually scaling up quite nicely. Yeah, the farm is maybe not where you want it to be. However, those kills will really shore that up. And if this Vayne does get to 3 items, she could be a threat. Again, the range differential between these compositions is definitely a concern of mine. But if Dude Bro Brett is able to get the cages to deny the engage, I don't know if this Caitlyn and this Lux will be enough to solo zone away the the composition of the Harper Hawks, who have a lot of hard engage in their own right.
Yeah, it's definitely precarious for either team right now. Because if Harper Hawks step up, they get poked down. But if they engage just right, they could run over the Butler team. Because the Butler team is not that far ahead. They were up 2k gold, but that gold lead has shrunk down to just over 1,000. And what's surprising is that Fortnite Builder is doing pretty big things on this Scion. You know, kept up in farm with NECC Jr. on the cannon, so won the lane arguably as well. Has 3 kills, is looking pretty disgusting as a tank, and I believe that will be the Thornmail coming out next for Fortnite Builder.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. And the game, as you said, has stagnated and not in Butler's favor. The gold has actually shrunk a little bit, but most importantly, it hasn't been extended. And if you are this scaling team fight composition, that's what you want to see. And I think a lot of it comes down to, I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent while the game does slow down, that, you know, Butler, they played a really nice early game, but a trap I see a lot of amateur teams or collegiate teams fall into is trying to do too much when you have an early game lead as you transition to the mid game. We saw Butler, they wanted to swap their Caitlyn at the top side to get top tier 1, but then they also want bottom dragon. You can't do both. You don't want to do both, as there might be a bit of a fight here. Teams just staring each other down, and seems like everyone maybe will peel back. Skill shot still being thrown, and Double Onslaught comes in.
Oh, there's NECC Jr. He has the 3-man stun. This is the heroic entrance on top. Now it's Levi in the back lane causing havoc. He goes down. Another punch in, and Giraffe gets another one. And Opax there takes up a kill on the back end of that fight. And that was quick, bloody, and chaotic, but ultimately still goes in favor of Butler.
2 for 3 in favor of Butler. A huge flash engage from Neckington. It doesn't really do much damage because it's a Blade of the Ruined King cannon, but it gets the stuns, and that's all they needed. The counter engage is there. Butler finds the fight. They find their dragon. And this plays exactly into what my previous point was just going to be, is you don't want to try to do too much. If you've got one really good thing going, keep focusing on that one really good thing. Keep exploiting your biggest advantage, and that was Butler doing it. They fought around the choke point exactly where their Lux and their Caitlyn want to be, and they were able to find the fight and find it favorably and come out on top. So really nicely done to them. It wasn't the cleanest, but it's moving the game forward. They need to get the wheels on the bus turning again. They can't let Harper continue to slow it down, and fights like that will help them out.
Yep. I'm just trying to figure out where they go to from here. It is the Hextech Soul
Pick on Atlas.
on this map as well.
He's gone.
And, well, and now it could be a pick onto Opa X there, as Nathan is trying to get the damage across. The NECC Jr. is there as well, and the damage is coming through.
Oh, the
and
lethal
that will
tempo!
be the Bane going down as well. So that lethal tempo on Cannon can come in handy when it's against a squishy. Right now, not doing much, and they are already starting up this Aaron. That's a little bit of a risky call, we'll say.
I mean, the Vayne and the Pike are dead, and what's a Graves to do when he's on the bottom side? I think this just is a Butler Baron. Uncontested even. Dubra Brett is in the area, but no contest will come through. So Butler, off of 2 quick picks, just manages to get the biggest objective on the map. You asked where you go from here. Well, I think they answered your question. Find the enemy support and make a play. If you get set up in the river, if you're this Butler team, you're so hard to dislodge. And we just saw that on full display. And it's funny, Cyro, because I still don't think this cannon build is good. However, the damage, the single target damage from that lethal tempo fully stacked onto the Vayne was pretty impressive.
Yeah, because I think if you get enough auto attacks on your target, it eventually will stack cannon stun. So I guess you get your CC across that way as well, which is interesting. So the cannon did also go for the Kraken Slayer now. So he will be able to do something against Fortnite because of the true damage. It won't be much, but at least it's something.
And it is important to keep in mind, too, that there is some beefiness, I would say, on the Hawk squad as well. Nelly did go for a lethality build, but Graves does still get tanky with the grit stacks, as well as Vhagar will likely build some tankier mage items after the Everfrost Rabadon, so you are getting value off the Kraken Slayer. And I talked so much about Hullbreaker. Fortnite Builder actually not opting for that. I think that's straight up an itemization mistake. I think Hullbreaker is still must build on any side laner. And now there's a pick on the other draft, eventually.
Oh, the other draft. Training down plenty of damage back onto Atlas there. And just keeping those waves shoved as Butler is already pounding down this this inhibitor mid tower. I don't know, it's not a tier anymore, it's just straight up inhibitor tower. But can they get out? That
No
would be the
flash.
question, as Opa X is caught in the baby cage. The heroic entrance is there, doesn't get the knockup needed. And now the other draft doesn't get the taunt on anyone either. Fargo has to run out, Execute comes down, the Galio is dead, the heal is through as well. The resets aren't coming through, and now Levi is trying to ghost for his life. And the Kennen got the T2 top tower, but ultimately couldn't join that fight either.
And the Harper Hawks, they're not done yet. Opax walking into Vagar range with no flash, gets taken down. Really nice cage coming down from Dude Bro Brett. And then once the Lux is dead, there's just no team fight to be had. The Kennen not even joining the party. It ends up being 3 kills in Harper's favor. Are they going to get a lot off of it? No, but it continues to buy them time in this game. And remember, that is the name of the game right now for Harper. And if you're able to take down this mid-tier 1 as well, which I think is unlikely as NECC does show up, but if you're able to get priority onto this mid-tier 1, it would open up the game so immensely, as well as now they've got vision around the dragon area, so they can try to force another favorable fight. Again, if Butler gets into the river, they're very difficult to dislodge, but if they can't set up for free, if you know where they are, if you're the Harper Hawks, all of a sudden, their team fight doesn't look quite so menacing.
Yeah, not looking too menacing if they can't get set up, but they will be able to set up right now. They have double pings, they have pretty good vision elsewhere as well, and NECC finding a good amount of poke damage onto Nelly. Does have to flash away from the baby cage, but the Graves is more or less out of the ensuing fight because he can just get picked. As the ultimate coming out of the Lux nearly goes for that as well. The other draft has to Justice Punch out of that fight. Levi is off to the side here. He takes the blast gun over, and the focus does return to the drag. They should be able to secure this one. That they do. And now Dubert goes in with Baby Cage, doesn't find any stuns, and was a little bit too far ahead of his own team now. But the fight could still continue here as they look for attacks on Fortnite Builder, but it is the other draft in cut down. Now Levi is onto Grobet here. Baby Cage is down as well, but it seems like there is enough damage for both these teams to pick off their intended targets. And now NECC is trying to run away, but Nathan is too far forward. Nelly Robin goes down as well. Atlas will go down. Can they get Dude Barrett? No, they can't. And Cathargo, oh, you are so low. Without your ultimate, I don't think you'll finish the Vygar just now, but you can definitely push up and take the mid inhibitor as well.
These fights are so messy, and we keep getting to see the strengths of both compositions on full display. First, it's Butler. They're set up in the river. I keep saying it. They're hard to dislodge. Nelly Robin gets chunked out before the fight even starts, and it's a free dragon for Butler. I think Harper, at that point, should have just called it quits. But Butler, they go too far forward in the play, trying to chase down, and it allows Harper to play their kite back team play composition and find a couple kills. Unfortunately for them, Butler, they were just too strong. They had the fed Caitlyn and the fed Lux, and they're able to come out on top anyway. They get an inhibitor on the backside after the fact. Carthago playing an absolute monster game here. The 80 carry for Butler Gray, 6-2-4, 223 CS. Most likely going to have 3 items here as well, with the Infinity Edge coming through. This Caitlyn is scary and will only continue to scale.
Well, speaking of Hullbreaker, it is actually the Kennen who picks it up first. Now, the Hullbreaker was nerfed on range champions to at least half the effectiveness as it is on melees, but it's still a worthwhile item.
Still
just
good,
from
yeah.
pure stat efficiency. It's just the bonus that got nerfed.
I mean, and I want to go back to Hullbreaker. Fortnite Builder absolutely has this game. You're solo side laning, countering a split pusher. It's not a split pushing item, quote unquote, as a lot of people think. Actually, it's actually great on team fighting champions like Sion, as there is a pick on the bottom side. Nelly just going to pick that one up. NECC pushing out when his team wasn't ready. and really nicely done by Harper to punish should help stall out some of this game. But, you know, as I was saying, it's great on a team fighter like Sion because it allows you to just freely stat check any split pusher in the game that wants to play the 1-3-1 game, and then you can go easily group with your team. Not only does it make you extremely hard to remove from the side lane due to the bonus resistances, but the buffs to your minions mean that they're harder to kill. It's easier to push waves. It's easier to push towers and just keep your waves shoved. Apply pressure to the other team. I think it's such a great item, even after some of the minor nerfs it's found. And to not have that one again, I think is a huge itemization mistake. 2 Fortnite credit, still having, I think, a very good game. 3-2-6 on the Sion, highest farm on his team. I feel like he has made a lot of great plays in this one, but Hullbreaker, it's a cheap and gold efficient way to shut down anyone that wants to play the 1-3-1 game against you.
For the most part, I agree with you, but I also understand Fortnite builders' itemization as it is. Because if you look across the field, and we can get back to that as it is.
He lived!
A lot of damage onto Cathargo, who does live. Now, Fortnite
the peel's
builder
gone.
is tanking, but the peel is nearly dead. Levi has to ult out of this. Now, the TP comes through. The heroic entrance is there as well. And the fight seems to have stabilized for the most part. Now, Uberbet is TPing back into it. Baron is still on the table, and both these teams say, you know, okay, we stat checked one another, and we both walked away for the time being.
I didn't even notice how low Levi got in the backside. I saw dude bro Brett almost get one shot by the Lux, but Levi barely limping away. You'd have to think if either one of those kills went over, it would have been Baron, especially if Butler picked one up. The line of Caitlyn traps and the control they had over the river would have made it nearly impossible for Harper to contest with her health bar so low. And now Atlas overextending on a side lane. Nelly and Atlas trying to find the pick, but that's a Hullbreaker cannon. He's hunting alone, and he finds a solo kill. Now support down 4v5 on the map. And Butler, they've got free time on the Baron.
Oh my. Look at this Baron just get melted with the 3 of them. Yeah, there's no one able to ace check this for the side of the Harper Hawks, which means it's a free Baron. They're going to rotate down for Dragon Soul, which is spawning in 10 seconds as well. And I think that was a gross overstep by Atlas, thinking they could get a pick onto Neckington there.
Well, and a lot of credit to Neckington managing to outplay it. We didn't really see the initial part of the play, but we saw the back half, and it was still a 1v2. Neckington knowing the limits of the split push cannon, making it work despite maybe some of my skepticism. And a lot of credit where credit's due for making that happen. A huge play from the top laner. Butler buys his team their second Baron of the game. They get the Dragon Soul as well. Arguably the strongest Dragon Soul in the game with the Hex Tech Soul. Butler, they are poised to be able to end the game right now. Carthago, 4 items for the Caitlyn. The middle inhibitor still down. You'd have to think in a siege situation, the short range of the Harper Hawks might be their downfall.
Oh, this is definitely a good game 1. Now, with the Hextech Soul being on the side of Butler, it's kind of scary because this was already an on-hit cannon who just got another on-hit passive as well to work with. So he's going to be doing a lot of damage with these auto attacks. And Shanathan taking a
rapid
huge
fire
chunk
cannon
of damage there from a rapid fire cannon. And you can just tell that Butler, they want to end this game as they are way too strong, and they force Nelly with the flash, and there it is. Opa X gets it, the ace in the hole gets the bait, and
I think that's it.
GG for the side of Butler. They have the main inhibitor down, they have minion waves, Nexus is also getting the bot inhibitor as well, and Levi goes onto the Vigor is dead, Atlas is dropping here, the rogue entrance is coming in, and Fortnite Builder can do nothing but walk to the fountain for a drink of water because he can't do anything else. And he still almost goes down despite being in the fountain. So this will be game 1 going over to Butler University. But before they kill the Nexus, they want a few more kills just to make sure that they are leading across the board in terms of stats.
I mean, wow, the game ends so abruptly right here. And so much credit to Butler. I expected that to be the game-winning push, but not like that, Cyro. It felt like the Harper Hawks, they put up a sign that said no trespassing. And Butler just said, hey, that's a sign. That can't tell us what to do. And they just walked into the base, and Harper didn't really stop them. But so much credit to Butler. Carthago and Opax, this bottom lane, they smashed their lane as they should have. They transitioned that into a big advantage later on. And even though the team play was still not quite there in the mid game for Butler, they faltered maybe a little bit more than they should have. They were able to recover and execute when it mattered most. It didn't really feel like Harper had any sort of foothold in this game for the majority of it. And just at the end right there, it's the Caitlyn, Gale Force in, Luxult to kill the jungler, then ace in the hole onto the AD carry. No dodges, no blocks coming through. Harper all of a sudden in the 3v5 against the Baron. There's not a damn thing you can do.
Yeah, you're right about that. There is not much that they can do, and what they can do didn't really work out for them because that was a very quick end to the game one of this best of 3 series between the Harper Hawks and the Butler University team. So with that said, we are going to throw it to a break as we get ready for game 2 in this exciting series.
Just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing. Just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living on this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too.
Welcome back to game 2 of a series between Harper Hawks and Butler University. Now, we saw game 1 go over in favor of Butler, who had a bit of a unconventional top lane, and if that's foreshadowing the rest of the series, I don't know what is. So, Hawk, how did you feel game 1 went, and what changes do you feel might happen here for game 2.
Well, it felt like Butler came into the last game, they had a plan, and they executed the early game and the late game pretty well upon it. Now, the question marks, I think, for me came in the mid game, but if, it was never enough to really stifle them. And I think if you sort of just do the same thing again as we do get underway with draft here, you should be in a pretty good spot. If you are Butler. Now, Harper, I think it was them that really needed to adapt. They picked a lot of team fighting, but a lot of their picks weren't really coherent, and it also felt like they were sort of lacking a lot of answers to what Butler wanted to do. So now on the red side with the counter pick, maybe, just maybe, they'll have some more of those answers up their sleeves, but you've got to be careful of giving over some power picks to Butler, as we're again going to see target bans in the first half.
Yeah, Fortnite Builder was an absolute monster in the top lane, so it makes sense now why there was 3 top lane bans still directed towards him. So the other bans, the Caitlyn, Samira, Ziggs, for the most part, standard. We saw the Samira before, so nothing unexpected there. We see Fortnite back on the Scion, the Hecarim get picked for Nelly Robin this time. I do like this adaptation, or steal, you could say. So Nectin picks the Karma, Kindred, Ari. Ooh, Ari. We did bring this up beforehand. It did get picked. I'm not going to say unfortunately, but it did get picked. So it's a bit of a foxy pick. So we do have the victor for Dude Brobet. And so far, these drafts is looking interesting. What are your thoughts, Hawk?
Well, it was a blind victor from Dude Brett, which I think is actually really interesting because, we don't see the pick yet, but the Scion was actually the top laner that will be coming through here for Butler is actually was second rotation, and so Harper knew what the matchup was, and yet still blind pick Victor, which was an open of the Ari, which I know we talked about, our trepidations with this pick, but I do want to say, I think this actually makes a lot of sense for Butler. The other Giraffe was very active on the map. Clearly, Butler was a team that wanted to play around their bottom lane. And so I think a pick like Ari, a skirmish-heavy pick, a strong early laning pick, does make a lot of sense in that sort of composition. And if they're able to utilize it, I'm actually pretty excited about this pick because of its favorable matchup into the Victor. The Kindred counter pick into the Hecarim, I'm very skeptical of. Yes, it is a good matchup for Kindred, but I do think a lot of... shall I say, lower level, less coordinated amateur and collegiate teams can really struggle with the Kindred pick, no matter how proficient the individual may be on it, just because I think it's hard to find impact on a pick like Kindred as opposed to other options. Hecarim, though, was a good steal away. Especially with Karma being first picked, basically opens that one up, and I'm excited to see what Nelly is really able to do on a playmaker, as I was not impressed with the Graves in game 1.
Now, because these teams have done a third-party draft already, and as we mentioned, we're not seeing them in exact pick order, I'm wondering if that may actually be a support Kled. Because
I think that's
okay,
unlikely.
no, there's a swap. I mean, it wouldn't be the strangest thing out there because we have seen Tank Karma go top, bit of a bruiser, just wave push, unkillable, very, 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 very annoying. And I have seen some cheese Kleds before in the support lane. He just, it's a kill lane. That's basically what it is. But they do swap, so it's fairly standard in terms of where everyone should go. Now we do see the Leona Jinx for the bot lane out of Harper GB. And for the most part, I do actually really like Harper's composition. I think their win cons are a lot more defined and clear this game, and also easier to execute. Whereas Butler, as you mentioned, with that Kindred pick, it is going to be hard for them to execute, but they have potential there.
Definitely. And I am inclined to agree. I think Harper's comp is a lot better this time around. And in fact, I actually think they won this draft even. They have pretty much the easiest to execute composition in the entire game. This has been the bread and butter of Season 12 so far of every competitive team. If you can't play engage jungler, engage support, 2 carries in mid and top, and a tank top. I mean, this isn't even Season 12. This is classic League for the last 5 seasons now. If you can't play this composition, then you know, you've got bigger problems. And I think Harper should be able to. It's a very simple composition. I think it's very strong. And not only that, they have a lot of favorable matchups. Yeah, the Kled will be a thorn in the side of this Scion. I really like the Kled pick. I do think it basically does the same thing as Scion, except it wins the 1v1. Yes, it'll be less tanky, but it'll be just a huge problem in the side lanes, especially paired up with the likes of Karma. It could be a big problem. My big concern comes through what I initially mentioned with the Kindred. It's really difficult. You sort of need your laners to be able to play around you on the Kindred, as opposed to you being able to play around your laners. And especially when your bot lane is losing, I mentioned how it seems like Butler's a team that wants to play around their bot lane. That's a big concern. This Kai'Sa was picked into Jinx, a traditional counter to Kai'Sa. So I think that's a very questionable lock-in, especially considering that Jinx was available to be taken, and yet Harper was able to snap that one up on R3. I think there's, you know, comfort is definitely king in any competitive league outside of pro. And there is something to be said for getting your comfortable champions. But when Jinx has been as good as she has been for so long, Butler has to have something up their sleeve, or I feel like this will be a free lane for the Jinx to scale up and be a team fight menace.
Yeah, I think the Jinx will do absolutely fine in the bot lane. Though we have seen Kai'Sa, resurge in popularity and pick potential. And I believe there was a professional player in the LCK, I believe it was Faker, who was actually bringing out Kai'Sa mid. So there is a lot of potential
Yeah.
for this champion.
Don't get me wrong. Kai'Sa's good in mid and in bot. It's also been played in Proving Grounds. Doxa pulled it out in, I believe, the semifinal elimination match up against IMT AoE to move on. So it's definitely a good champion. Don't get me wrong. I just think it's bad at the Jinx. And that's where my main concern lies, especially because I think the short range up against this Harper Hawks composition is a deadly combination.
Yeah, I can definitely agree that it's probably not a pick meant for lane phase.
No.
That's because you also have it paired with Karma, so the Karma will keep the Kai'Sa safe in lane phase. But besides that, they should go even in lane. They have a fair amount of wave control themselves, especially with the mantra coming out of Karma. Karma cues the wave. There you go. Kai'Sa cues it. You basically clear at least the casters with that, so they should be able to keep the wave in a neutral state. But as a 2v2 fight goes, I would still give the edge over to Harper, though Leo or Leona does have the Aftershock instead of Glacial Augment, which I think may be the better keystone to keep someone locked down, because there is a fair amount of mobility coming out of Butler right now.
And if you are this Leona, you do have to be very careful about finding your trades, because Leona is a champion that's very good at going in, not so good at getting out. And up against the Karma, all of a sudden you can get rooted down. Kai'Sa, passive proc, that's all of a sudden a losing trade, and you're coming out of the wrong end, even with the Aftershock and the Dawnbreak. Is that what it's called? The W. The one that gives you a lot of armor. And so you need to be careful. And I do think the biggest X factor in this game for Butler will be this Karma. If Opax is able to help dictate this lane, Karma is the strongest laning champion out of the 4 down on the bottom side, as you just mentioned. And it'll help shore up some of the range issues of this Butler composition. It's sort of what Harper didn't have last game. They didn't have that big team-wide buff to alleviate the range issues into the Butler composition. This time around, Butler has it. Karma can help this Kendrick, can help this Kai'Sa, can help this Kled really move around and maneuver these team fights up against what is a very standard front-to-back composition from Harper. My biggest question is the Kai'Sa going to be a liability? I hope not. I mean, we just saw an amazing game from Carthago, and if he's able to get out of lane, I think the Kai'Sa could be great. It will do so much damage. It's just, it will come down to how this lane is played, and I think, to your point, it will come down to how Opax is able to dictate.
Yeah, being able to play to your win conditions, we've touched on so many times already, it will be what determines this game. And Kai'Sa has been a tank shredder in the past. Maybe she can be so again, because there is quite the buffy array of champions. But with that, we are hopping into game 2 of Harper Hawks and the Butler team. Now, they have swapped sides here, just to be clear. So Butler is on blue and Harper is on red. So Hawks, question for you. Who do you think wins game 2 based on draft?
Based on draft and taking Harper, I think their composition is too easy to play, and I don't think Butler has enough answers. But we saw a brilliant early game from Butler last time around, and if they don't falter in the mid game the same way, I do think they might be able to find something. Opax, I like this, trying to get aggressive, forcing Harper out of the river, just trying to get positioning in this early game. Every inch of Summoner's Rift could matter when it comes to early shove, and Butler seems to know that.
Yes, having that early priority always comes in handy when setting yourself up or trying to establish dominance. Now it feels like the Butler team comp is almost one of those comps that just wants to skill check the other team. Not necessarily stat check, but just say, I'm the better player, so it doesn't matter what I pick, it will work out because I'm the better player at the end of the day.
And I actually love that point because, you know, we did see a lot of excellent individual play. I said Carthago already had a brilliant game one. Lots of individual outplays from the AD carry of Butler, and Neckington as well, pulling out the on-hit cannon last game, 1v2ing in what was essentially the game-defining play. There is so much outplay potential for this Butler composition. So I think even though theoretically they don't have as many tools in their kit as Harper, they'll be able to make those tools fit the situation, you know, if you will. And Neckington already going to control this lane. Jungler is pathing up to his side. I like it. Path towards your priority. Meanwhile, Nelly going to do a mismatch clear. So it comes down to which jungler can get more in this early game. The Hecarim will have more playmaking ability. If Butler's able to get a 3-wave crash, though, you can deny so much of what this Hecarim's able to do. Just take a cheater, let the wave bounce back towards you, and all of a sudden, this Kai'Sa gets out of the early laning phase nearly unscathed.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that maybe Harper misplayed that a little bit because they weren't able to get the level 2 shove. And I think they probably could have if Leona used her sacks correctly, but ultimately didn't. And right now we do see the Kled.
Well, sorry,
chipping.
just to add to your point real quick as well, level 1 for this Leona Jinx is actually pretty even. Yeah, the Karma Mantra Q, it sucks, it hurts, it's annoying, but once that's gone, the fight can come. Now here's the real fight.
Yeah, the level 2 fight goes, and Opax does have to flash away there. Does get the Q back, and Carthago is just trading back onto Shenathan. But,
Great flash.
Ooh, the Zenith Blade was almost there, and Opax is probably going to go down here. So Jinx gets the reset, and that will be first blood over to Shenathan, who will be enjoying that. But overall, that was to be expected with a misstep coming out of Butler.
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about maybe Harper could have contested the level 1, suddenly at a minion disadvantage. I thought their window was gone, but the level 2 was just too good. They find it on Opax, and I think critically, Opax kiting away from his AD carry. All of a sudden, it's a split fight, and he manages to survive temporarily, but then the re-engage comes through. Really nice W right there. The zap from Shenathan, able to find the slow and able to find the kill. And I think even more importantly, you blow a lot of summoners, and you don't let the 3-wave crash come through. No cheater, but here comes the dive.
Yes, it is a dive on Fortnite Builder. They do not manage to pull it off successfully as the dismount on the Kled was a little bit too soon, and he re-aggroes the tower on his way out. So that's a bit of a heartbreaker as the Harper Hawks go up early 800 gold here.
Yeah, Harper, all of a sudden, they're 2 kills ahead. They're the ones with the early game lead. It just feels like Butler making some small mistakes, a little over-eager on the top side in Fortnite Builder. We saw a little bit of his individual prowess last game with the solo kill. This time around, able to outplay the dive.
Yes, now I want to go back to that first blood in the bot lane, that 2v2 fight, because one thing that we hadn't really talked about yet was the summoner usage. On the side of Harper Hawks, they have 2 offensive summoners, where the Butler bot lane have 2 defensive. And the important thing is that Atlas used his CC onto Opax, who does not have that cleanse. And so they were able to focus down the right target and leverage their summoner advantage excellently there.
Yeah, definitely. Neckington going to cop a freeze up here on the top side. Really big freeze. I feel like Fortnite's still going to be able to push this one in, and all of a sudden the Kled that's just come back to lane is now at a bit of a health deficit, I would say, but I do agree. It is really good recognition right there. Harper Hawks understanding who they should be going on and punishing it in kind, and finding that 2v2 kill and a Jinx with the kill can definitely be a huge threat. Now Fortnite maybe feeling himself a dive. There it is.
Oh, does he get it? And he gets out, showing NECC how it is done, and without the jungler's help too. So Nelly Robin, 40 CS, probably 2 camps away from level 6, but is looking for a gank on the other draft, while Levi fights the Fortnite builder here. It's going to be a trade of kills across the lanes right now, as Fortnite builder does go down for the side of the Hawks, and the other draft does get poached in the mid lane.
So it's a big trade of kills. Big shutdown for Levi. You needed that one of your Butler. You needed something, but then in the mid lane, the other giraffe just way too overextended. Didn't really get to see how that play started, but Nelly Robin basically just walks in, cleans it up for free, meaning that the dragon will be taken with the bot lane priority. So it is Harper. They're up in the early game, about 1,000 gold and a dragon. They're feeling good about their position, especially considering, again, their very easy to execute team fight comp. Opac's going to avoid the CC. Atlas still walking forward, taking a huge chunk.
Yes, this is a lot of damage back on the Atlas there, but the Jinx is just firing away now.
Backer
Nathan does
him.
get locked down, but the exhaust is there onto Cathargo, and Cathargo goes down. The reset comes through. Nathan and Opac should go down here. But we're hopping over to the top lane where Fortnite builder is getting focused down. Technically, Junior does have some good CC
Whoa,
there,
wait.
and it could be a trade of kills, but actually Cathargo gets a kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, how did... I thought for sure it was going to be an easy 2 for 0. Nelly, okay, makes it a 2 for 1. But, I mean, giving over a shutdown to the Kaisa, that's absolutely massive. Cathargo getting bailed out in a big way. Yes, Butler, they're still going to be down about 1,000 gold, and a huge wave's going to die. So it's still not the best for them, but, I mean, a huge break, and then a good gank on the top side. Levi able to pick up his second of the game. So now this Kindred is getting pretty strong as well. And Nelly going the chem tank build here on the Hecarim is when what a lot of junglers have been doing. He's pretty strong. So the Jinx and the Hecarim, they're online, but the Kaisa managing to keep up due to the shutdown as well as the kill pretty strong. Now 3 in the mid.
Yes, they're going on to the Victor here. The Victor should
Third.
get popped pretty easily, as that is the 3rd kill going over to Levi. And as you said, the laners have to play for the Kindred, and by giving these kills over, that's exactly what they're doing. So Kindred should have a pretty massive back here when she finally decides to back, but I'm assuming it's going to be at least a bot side clear before she does that.
Oh yeah, I mean Levi is all of a sudden pretty turbo fed here on this Kindred, picking up the 3rd kill of the game. I'm assuming having at least a couple of marks taken as well. Maybe we can get a check on that, but either way, a great punish. You know, we talked about okay, no
marks yet. That's okay. Either way, the Kindred is still looking pretty scary. If she has marks, if she doesn't, it doesn't matter right now. So we do see Nelly Robin going for the Rift Herald right now. It's a bit of an early Rift Herald, but there's no one there to contest him right now, especially as Dude Robet is moving up there to hover him, you could say. So they are going to look on NECC Junior here. They do have both ultimates ready for that topside dive if they so choose to, but diving NECC can be a scary business with the resets. Ooh, and Cathargo does go hard for Shnathan, and Shnathan has to flash out. So while they are going on the person with a lens, it doesn't matter so much as the Oswald Shadow comes in, and the bot lane for Butler is split, and Opa X does drop. So that Hecarim came in flying, and yep, picked up the kill. Yeah, so we do have the Rift Herald being dropped bot lane right now, and this could be the potential first tower going down right now. There are 4 plates left. It will pick up 2. A good charm on Nelly Robin. The Horde
Big
dies
kill.
under tower. And they could look to chase this down, but they don't. So it's just the plates going, but it is a kill traded back. And now the Skarl is coming.
Here comes
in
the
hot
Kled.
with Kled. And oh, Levi does
Great
pop
Lamb's
with the
Respite.
Lamb's Respite. Stay alive. Victor's staying alive just a little bit, but I don't think it matters here, as both champions still go down, and Victor picks the shutdown.
Well, it's action across the map as I'm finally back. My mic is not hating me anymore. Nelly Robinson giving over a big shutdown on the bottom side on the over dive. But then in the mid, Levi, he's trying to bait, but just presses the limits a little too much, ends up getting taken down. And although it is a 1-for-1, that's a shutdown into the back pocket of Dubro Brett. I'm sure the Victor not going to be too sad about that one. And at the end of it all, the gold's still even. Against all odds, 6-8 is the kill score. 11.5 minutes in. No towers have fallen. Only one dragon has gone the way of the Harper Hawks. And it feels like this game could go either way. Again, it cannot be understated. The Harper Hawks, they've got the easy of execution. They've got the scaling. But Butler, if they've shown us anything, it's that they individually can go toe-to-toe with the best of them here in NECC, as Opax with a beautiful sidestep on the Zenith Blade. Now, who's picking out who? He's going in on an Atlas.
Oh, okay, so Atlas does get snared up here. The poke comes through, and Atlas should get bursted
Nice
down.
turn.
And that is a kill going over to Cathargo there, which sets up Dragon priority as, well, without Atlas there, they're man down, and you can already see Nelly Robin at his wolves, farming them, and just surrendering the Dragon over to Butler right now. And I think Butler is starting to hit their power spikes. So Neckin Jr. is in a precarious state, but with the Skarl reset, he should be okay.
Yeah, it feels like really for the first time in this game, Butler is in the driver's seat. They're able to get the Dragon as well as a kill off of a great turn from Opax. Now, Neckin needs to be careful. No ult, does have the fling low. He's just going to drop.
Yeah, I think he drops here. As long as he stays... I was going to say, as long as he buys time and stays alive for as long as he can, so the team can get, you know,
plates
some
mid.
objectives out where, yeah, it's worthwhile. But Levi also picks some stack there, guaranteed. And so I'm going to say this
One
injury
stack!
is looking pretty scary regardless. So Fortnite is kind of hovering around. It will be a 3v2 if Harper Hawks opt into this. But I don't think they will, as the other Giraffe is low on mana and just trying to poke out the Victor for a little bit of chip damage.
I mean, Levi, oh, hold that thought. More fighting.
Yeah, more fighting, more deaths, and that's both
There it
AD
is.
carries dropping. Now, Opax, he's kind of low on HP, does get the heal coming across, but there's no way this Karma will kill this tanky Atlas.
Oh, the
so far.
shield!
Oh, okay,
With fire.
Karma.
Oh, Opax.
Yep.
Woo! Got a little low. At the end of the day, 1-for-1 probably favors Harper because of the kill going down in favor of Shanathan. However, 1-for-1. It's the same at the end of the day. And now Harper Hawks, they're up just a couple hundred gold, but I think the real case is that it's just as even. But as I was going to say, Levi, yeah, he's pretty strong, but I am honestly fascinated that he only has one mark. Yeah, it's hard. You don't want to like mark people before you gank them as Kindred because then they just know that you're going to gank them. However, you would think that Levi would just leave the mark on people he thinks he's going to play around in the future. If you're going to keep ganking top lane, maybe you would mark Fortnite Builder. But either way, only one mark on the Kindred definitely feels bad, despite being 3-1-2 and actually having the most gold in the game. So he is strong, but maybe not quite as strong as he could be. Now, Cloud Dragon not up for another 2.5 minutes, so it does mean theoretically some farming time for these teams, but knowing the way this game's gone, I wouldn't expect that one to happen, Cyro.
Yeah, both these teams, they want to get advantages through fighting. And with Levi already being bot side, I'm expecting a fight to break out bot here any second as Nelly Robin is also coming down, but that doesn't matter when Levi's already there. So Atlas with a great ultimate there. Opax is getting low, probably will get burst down by Nelly, and does. So Levi is low. The Onslaught of Shadows doesn't quite find their target, but they do pick up 2 kills there for the side of Harper Hawks.
And Harper Hawks, again, they're just going bot when there's no flashes. Opax is routinely up too far with no flash available. It's just way too easy to find the engage. Now, the other Giraffe trying to fight in a 1v3. Oh, he's so low. able to
Yep.
escape. The other giraffe, really nicely done right there to get out, but like everyone was full HP. I just don't see what the goal of that play is. Butler, they're coming up. The nation looks like it's fraying at the seams despite how close this game is. And Harper, they've been able to punish. Now, to say that Butler hasn't found their opportunities to play together as a team, it would be absolutely disingenuous. But with this tower going down, I do think it is, we can say definitively that the Harper Hawks are ahead in this game. They're up now 2,000 gold. They are in the driver's seat, and it will be the ball in Butler's court to be able to dig their way out.
Yep, I agree with you there that the Butler team is behind right now and will have to find somebody to come back into this. Right now, Injured is not getting the necessary stacks to become a relevant champion or do anything about her short-range nature. But with 4 top, they are looking to pressure this second Rift Herald of the game, and this could be the momentum needed to push open that mid-tier 1 tower and start the gold swing back in their favor.
Getting mid-tier 1 would definitely be a start, especially against the likes of a Victor, a champion that likes to sit tower and just permanently wave clear. If you drop that Herald and remove his safe haven, all of a sudden, your access to the side lanes gets significantly better. And even more importantly, Harper's gets worse, and that's really what you want. It should be a kill up here on the top side for Butler, as Levi is going to collect his 4th of the game. But the real question is, what's the counter punch on the bottom side? Cathargo looking super low off screen.
Yeah, but Cathargo is able to stay alive with that Killer Instinct shield. And also Cleanse was used as well, so definitely some sort of CC was onto Cathargo there. So this does mean that the Hawks will pick up the 2nd dragon for their side and the 3rd dragon of the game, which is the Air Dragon. Which of course means the Air Soul is on the map. And overall, I don't think it will be too beneficial this game, but will help with a few key ultimates like the Lamb's Respite.
Definitely will. And Harper having that Cloud Dragon, the threat of a Cloud Soul with the team with a Hecarim is pretty substantial. Yeah, it's not the best soul, but this is a composition that I think it feels pretty good on. Herald was used on the top side, so you do get a tower, but I was talking about Victor safe having in the mid lane does still stand. Does Atlas survive?
Oh no, he goes down. Okay, I was a little bit worried there that Atlas was going to tank all that and get out okay, but Nectin definitely commits the double summoners to the kill. But at the end of the day, kills the kill, and that's gold back in their pocket. Now the onslaught comes out, doesn't hit the draft.
The Spirit Rush.
Now there's the Kled coming in from the back there. It's a bit of a pinch there, but Cathargo is
Heist
there.
is on the way.
So they're outmanned right now. Opax does have to flash away there. Robet is, okay, not getting damage across. The Lamb's Respite is absolutely massive, keeping those 2 alive, and the Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide. But either way, the Harper Hawks have mid priority right now.
Beautiful punish by the Harper Hawks once again. It's Butler using so much to kill a support, and Harper says, hey, we'll take that fight. No Spirit Rush, no Flash on the other draft makes it a free kill, essentially. And with Cathargo not close enough to be doing DPS, the 4-man squad of the Hawks just rolls their way through the mid lane. They're going to get the kills. They're going to get the tower. Neckington looking so damn low, but he will be able to limp away with the thumbs up, but at the cost of another tier 2 tower.
Yeah, so that's both mid towers now dropping on the side of Butler, and that definitely doesn't feel good because you misplayed and overcommitted to a pick. But it is what it is, so now they have to pick themselves up and figure out what to do next. They're back down 2,000 gold after having evened it up. With these resets here, they should look to be able to get T1 mid tower at least, which will help. But Fortnite Builder has chosen to stay, and I think OAX should have let Fortnite Builder back.
Yeah, I actually agree with that, because now Fortnite Builder will be able to keep that tower alive. I don't think Butler was going to commit forward onto that one either way. They want to match their reset here with the Hawks so that they can come out on the map at the same time. Otherwise, you're taking that mid-tier 1, but then you're losing a lot of priority on your side lanes and Baron. But either way, mid-tier 1 is still standing, and the Hawks and Butler will both just reset. Now, Nectin taking a hell of a lot of damage from Shanathan should be able to walk it out. He is a Kled after all, but I don't know if this is a fight that you want, sir.
Oh, it definitely isn't, as Atlas is there for the support, and the Zenith Blade comes down. But regardless, Neckerton nearly picks off Shanathan there with this Kled. It's definitely a unorthodox and non-meta pick right now, but it seems to definitely be very threatening. Now Atlas is in a 1v2 scenario, but Nelly Robin is there as well. He's finishing up the Gromp. Atlas should survive. The Onslaught Shadow comes through as they disengage, and they are looking
Oh, the Scion of the bush!
disengage this, but the Scion cube is there. The
4v5, they have no Kled!
It's a fight all right here. And without the Kled, I'm going to say Butler needs to run. That's what they are doing for the most part. And Cathargo is being chased down by Dude Brobet there. And without towers, this is going to be a long chase if Cathargo can't survive. And no, the Kai'Sa does not even make it out. So this will be Harper moving on to the Baron, and this should be a free Baron.
I gotta be honest, Cyro, I think our odds of going to a game 3 are pretty damn good. Remember, this Kled, the one that got basically 1v1 by the Jinx, was blind picked before Jinx was. And I think that tells a story right there. The score lines do as Neckerton goes in and dies again. Harper will have the Baron unless Opax has something to say about it. He will not. Butler in the 4v5 just can't find anything. It doesn't seem like they've been able to get set all game, and the Harper Hawks have punished them dearly.
Dearly is it's a pretty apt word. There's not much more I can say because Harper Hawks is punishing the, I'll say, almost arrogance coming out of Butler. Yes, Butler is 4-1, but they are showing so many holes in their team compositions and playstyle that I'm surprised their win record is as good as it is so far. But right now, Harper Hawks has the definitive advantage. It's only 4k gold, so it's not astronomical, but they are stacking the third dragon. They have Baron. They will be sieging these waves up pretty soon. And if Butler isn't careful, they could face the end game here any minute now.
Yeah, Neckerton potentially cut out on the side lane, but I do want to be careful about being disingenuous towards Butler's win record. I mean, of course, we even saw last game the potency of their early game and their team fighting if they're able to get going, and we see it on display now with a pick onto Atlas.
Yeah, so Atlas gets picked, and Neckerton is also dead as well. So good decimating smash there, and the other draft is pretty low. Has the Spirit Rush out there. Nelly Robin is picked up by Cathargo, but Opax is also dead as well. Cathargo is really, really
Jinx
low.
is so strong.
Just to try and stay alive.
Oh, the
but
execute!
Kindred is there for the execute damage, and suddenly this is definitely a winnable team fight. Though Dude Brobet is there, has plenty of damage. Fortnite has the shield. They're looking for an Ari pick here and should be able to get it. Fortnite does flash out of it and stays alive.
And it's going to be a 3-for-4 in favor of the Hawks. But I actually think Butler not feeling too bad about that fight. You know, they're able to stymie the Baron push and get some shutdowns for themselves. You know, when you're down as far as they were, I think a team fight that goes so evenly is definitely a good sign. It was messy, like so many of the team fights this game have been. But at the end of it all, they're able to survive, if at least temporarily. Cloud Soul not spawning for 3.5 minutes around the same time as this Baron. That will be the time that I think Harper will force their opposition to choose between the Dragon Soul or the Baron. Butler, they're going to have to find a way to break away from this tempo. They're going to have to find a way to get a fight, because I think if you're forced to choose, you know, you're losing out either way.
And right now we do see a 1v1 here in the bot lane between Dubrobet and Neckerton. And Neckerton is definitely getting the worst of this trade and is basically already dead. A good sustained chunk there, but it's not enough. And suddenly it's a 4v3 as the two members of Harper Hawks are topside. So that is the Onslaught of Shadows used to get out. And Atlas here with a very aggressive blast code. Dubrobet is plenty strong though, so perhaps they can look with something. But the Chaos Storm isn't available right now, and I think they're just trying to buy time, stop backs, as the Jinx will look to take the inhibitor tower with the help of Fortnite Builder.
Yeah, and they're going to get the inhibitor tower, maybe even the inhibitor as well. Back's getting stopped. The Kai'Sa's back, but she's not enough to stop this. Look at that. Level 11 to level 15 and level 13 Cathargo. So much further behind than last game. It's such a different story for this Butler AD carry. If you're able to shut him down, the game just looks different. And, you know, it's easy to see that I would imagine so many of Butler's wins have come off of his back. He's 5-4-1 despite the poor situation he's been put into. But the rest of his team is not quite the same strength, but a huge charm.
Yeah, it was also a huge Evercross catching two of them. Now Nelly Robbins is trying to run this one out, but I don't think he'll be able to, as Levi picks up another kill there. 6-2-3 on this injured Cargo, trying to stay alive in this mid inhibitor fight here. And the super mega death rocket spills out death for Cargo there. And now it's Lectin trying to find Shenathan. Does find him.
So
Opax is there
scrappy.
as well. And he survives. He does have to flush away there, but only to get killed by Levi. And this Kindred is fully online, if not already. So Fortnite Builder is able to get it slow there. Should be able to run away just a little bit more. Not quite finding the CC onto Fortnite Builder. He does turn for the Decimating Smash. Picks up two of them. Does drop here. And he had a gold bounty on his head. But I don't think he'll be able to pick up anything in Zombie Scion mode.
No, and Butler with a beautiful punish on the Hawks, who just were trying to, again, do too much at once. When you got this lead, when you've got this composition, all you got to do is push in all three of your lanes and then group together as 5, and there's basically no way that Butler can beat you. The only way that Butler can beat you is by finding in members, finding picks with this Ahri, and that's exactly what just happened. And Butler, again, they buy themselves another lease on life in this game. However small the threads of hope may be, they do still exist. But we talked about those neutral objectives. They were 3.5 minutes away before. Now they're only half a minute away. And with those coming up on the map, Harper finds themselves in a favorable position. It seems like they're just going to try to get the Dragon Soul now. The question is, can they stop Butler from getting the Baron as well? You'd have to think if Butler gets it, they're actually feeling pretty good about their chances. They do have a lot of DPS onto it, but the Baron doesn't spawn for another 6 seconds in between. Harper, they're going to try to burst it out.
The good thing is that Opax is at the Dragon, which will slow them down because it shows that, hey, we have a presence
But now
here.
he's not there for the fight.
Yeah, but that's okay though. I think they will still shred the Baron down quickly enough, and Nectin is there to buy time as well. So they will definitely get the pick onto Nectin for sure. And
Nelly's already there.
The Baron, he isn't able to get it as Levi.
You gotta peel.
Nelly almost goes down, and that is the Ahri dropping. So did the Hecarim there. So overall, this isn't too bad if they can keep these Baron buffs alive. But I don't know if they'll be able to, as Levi pops the lamp.
Just teleporting to base, going for game.
He's stunned. And is able to stay alive, but Fortnite Builder is there on the
Karma.
other side of the wall there. But he's getting shredded, and that Mega Death Rocket goes a little bit to the side. So more CC onto Levi. Levi finally drops, but Cargo still has Baron. Opax still has Baron. So they should be able to stabilize inside their base right now. And they did, I think, just get another gold bounty from the T1 bot tower dropping. And the Harper Hawks are perhaps overstaying here, trying to get the mid inhibitor as well, as the respawns are coming up for Butler.
You know what, Cyro? These fights are too scrappy. Harper, they come out ahead, but only barely. It was such a touch-and-go fight. Butler, they got the Baron, but at the end of it all, it's just damn entertaining watching these teams throw each other at them. It may not be clean, but you cannot deny that it certainly looked fun. Fortnite maybe messes up the blast cone to get punished, but Opax, he's just a support. Karma, not gonna be able to find it.
Yep, supports can dream. They can dream. But we did see some pretty crazy escapes earlier on by supports. So they are able to find the odd thing or two every now and then. So that was a pretty intense fight over the Raptors there, going in Nelly's favor. So it is still a 3K goal lead for the side of the Harper Hawks. And the gold bounties are still activated for the side of the Butler. Now, if they could start cashing in on these gold bounties, that would definitely go a long way in getting them back. But with double waves of supers crashing, they should be able to farm out, or yeah, farm themselves back into the game fairly well.
Definitely. They're able to push out their waves, which is what you need. You need to just keep Harper off your base. And again, you need to work for picks.
Oh, so now it's Dude Brett looking to get picked here. He isn't able to get
so
the other
close.
giraffe. Now, the giraffe did stick out their very, very long neck. and somehow managed to rein it back in before the Death Ray caught it. Now it is Nectin maybe getting picked here in the mid lane, but with Opax there is able to walk it out. Fortnite Builder just shoving in that top wave where the inhibitor has respawned.
And the inhibitor respawning is crucial. Again, you just got to keep the waves pushed out. You got to keep Harper out of your base. The mid inhibitor still down, but one wave of supers at this point in the game is not the end of the world. Yeah, there'll be a constant threat to your base, but your team is generally strong enough to at least keep them at bay. Tin going on a bit of an adventure. Dude Brobret still down for 8 seconds. The teleport is online. Atlas going to face check a Yordle.
Yeah, that's Atlas face checking, but the Leona is plenty tanky with that locket. You know, has that little bit of shield in place as well to be on the safe side. But overall, should be okay. And should Nathan here with the Bloodthirster, Rapid Fire Cannon, and Guardian's Angel. Definitely not the build I am used to seeing, but I understand wanting to stay safe, or as safe as possible in these team fights.
It's not the highest DPS build by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think the thought process is just Shanathan basically saying, if I don't die, there's no way we can lose. And how do I not die? Well, I stay really far away, I lifesteal a lot, I have a shield, and if I die once, they have to kill me again. And with the Kraken, it's not like he's going to be a pea shooter in these fights by any stretch of the imagination. You know, he will certainly be strong. So, you know, the defensive itemization could be impactful, especially considering they have plenty of damage threats on their team. The Victor, we've seen how much Dude Brobret is able to do, as well as Nelly with a higher damage Hecarim build this time around, the Chem Tank Muramana Sterix build. So, you know, there's damage elsewhere in your comp against what is not a particularly tanky color.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Shanathan didn't go Gale Force for that extra mobility. But it is what it is. The Kraken Slayer will still put in work, even though there isn't that many tanks. There's Negative Jr., which is the only beefy member, but since the reworks, Clyde doesn't build tank stats. He's a full-on bruiser right now. Needs to be built that way to be effective. So we have seen the Clyde trade fairly well, though the 2-8 scoreline kind of speaks to the other way that he's dying a lot and it's not an effective pick. But it has gotten pressure across the game so far.
Yeah, I feel like the Kled has been, like the cannon, very hit or miss this game. There's been a lot of plays where Neckington has just gone in way too far. But, you know, I think it could be argued maybe it wasn't the Kled, it was just oversteps on the part of Neckington. And there's been other times where it's looked really good. I think overall it hasn't exactly worked out in his favor as he's currently losing the one-on-one against the Scion, but let's see how that one goes in the extended fight.
Oh, so far he's holding on okay, but I'm more interested in the Elder Dragon that's spawning in 10 seconds. So, Neckman does get the remount here, is chipping away at Fortnite Builder, but he's pretty low, and I think Neckman will go down here. The Gore Drinker isn't enough to keep him safe, and so someone else now has to back just to stop this wave.
The other Giraffe goes back, no TP.
A vulnerable Elder Dragon now for the side of Harper. But the other Giraffe could look to get the kill here, and that is actually a lot of damage going on to the Harper Hawks as they tank up the Dragon. And Levi, he has so much damage right now on this injured. But that Elder Dragon does reset, buying time. And oh my, this is a close one. Now the Fortnite Builder is able to teleport in, and this will be the full 5 members.
This would be a huge pick
for Hawks there, and the Karma doesn't get picked yet. The Elder Dragon does go over to Harper Hawks there, and this should be the game-winning team fight, as that's 2 down. Resets are coming through as well. Opax needs to try and get out of this. But I don't
that might be the game, Cyro.
And being the game is probably going to be it there, as they have the minion wave right there. They have an open inhibitor top lane, but the closest minion wave is bot, and Necroman is just charging in. Does pick up Nelly, is exhausted, is trying to pick up another kill or 2 here, but the Elder Dragon buff does come into effect and kills the Kled once more, rounding that out to 10 deaths.
And we're going to game 3. The Harper Hawks, they strike back in the second game. It was touch and go for so long. It definitely wasn't clean, but damn was it exciting, and we still get one more.
Yes, one more it is. The second series of the night to go the distance. And it was definitely a fun game to watch. And I'm just super excited for game 3. But I don't know about you, Hawk. But I'm kind of feeling just throwing it to a break straight away so we can get into game 3 all the quicker.
Sounds good.
So we'll see you on the other side of this break.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing and everything that I dread. Well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. It's turning chains just like your mind.
Welcome back for the last game of the night. Now, we have gotten the distance in this series. We went the distance in the series before this, so it's only fitting that we end on the game that goes the distance as well. And it's getting late for me. It's getting late for production as well. Our brains are slowly starting to turn into puddles of nonsense. Hawk, you're relatively fresh. So what do you have to say about this game?
I've got to say that I think it's going to be a banger one way or another because both these games have been really bloody. And all I've got to say is, look, our brains, especially yours, you've been casting like 3 series now. Our brains may be turning to scrambled egg, but that's just when the best casting comes out because we're tired and we're saying random stuff, but it's fun and we get to enjoy all of the fun together of this brilliant game 3 and what so far has been a scrappy and exciting series.
Scrappy is one way of putting it. It could
It's
also
my polite
be
way
put
of putting it.
as it can be polite. You know, some people may take offense to being called scrappy, like Scrappy Doo. You know, for instance. Just saying, there's always the other side of the coin, but it has definitely been one of those games. And I was going to say it's probably interesting when you have a like what was it, a 2-10 pled? That definitely doesn't help your chances of winning. So I would like to see a more conventional pick out of the Butler top laner, and just their overall team comp be a little bit more conventional, because we saw how well that worked for the Harper Hawks in that second game of the series.
Definitely. I feel like Butler's draft in game 2 was just not the best. You know, the blind Kled when so many ADC power picks are still up, when from what it seems like your ADC is your best player, the guy that you want to elevate into the best position possible, not getting those power picks for Carthago, I just feel like is a massive, massive blunder here from Butler University. And I want to see them put Carthago in the best position possible and maybe ease off on the top lane blind picks. Look, I actually think that you know, the spicy top lane matchups, the Kled and the AD Kennen, they've not been terrible, but I don't think you're sacrificing a lot of your draft, I think, to secure those. And when Harper Hawks last game showed that they can play a very standard composition and execute on it reasonably well, then all of a sudden, if you're Butler, you're saying, hey, maybe we've got to do something similar.
Yeah, I'm going to expect that the bands to be basically the same as what
Yeah,
they have
yeah.
been all night. I mean, they've worked for either team so far, and I can understand why Fortnite Builder is being banned out. I've said this every draft series so far. He is just a solid top laner, and it doesn't matter what Nekinen Jr. throws out. He really isn't coming up with a dub in that top lane so far. So now it is on to the actual picks. Hopefully we see them quick and furious, and that is the Renekton.
Whoa.
Bit of a sinner champion, but with how Fortnite Builder has been playing, I think he can make it work. Now we do see a very buffy 1-2 coming out of Butler with the Ornn and the Volibear, followed by the Hecarim once more from Nelly Robin, who was okay on it. It wasn't fantastic, but it was a solid performance on the Hecarim. The Vigard pick once again for Dude Robet, which I do like. In there is the Corki, which was banned out in the first game, I believe.
If you want scaling, Corky's one way to go. And Renekton's not, but I'm going to spoil the draft a little bit. But Sion does get banned out right here by Butler on the next ban. So they get rid of the big problem meatball up there in the top side that Harper had been going for. And instead they opt for the Ornn into the Renekton, which Renekton is definitely going to have his way in the matchup. But you're not picking the Ornn for the lane. You're saying, hey, I can go 50 CS down, but as long as I don't die and get to level 14, I'm useful. And I'm being honest, I think Neckington will be able to do that. So, you know, I'm hoping to see a good effect there. And to talk to this Hecarim pick, you know, I think, like you said, Nelly wasn't exactly a standout performer, but he did exactly what he needed to do on the pick. He made plays on the bottom side and set Carthago behind. And not only that, got his Jinx ahead. And when you're in a team fight composition and the enemy team has a superstar ADC, that's exactly what you need to do. That's being a good jungler. And Nelly got it done. However, might be a little bit harder this time around as we do see the Volibear coming out. For Levi, I think someone that has been also a standout performer for Butler in both games, having something that can help out his lanes maybe a little bit more than the Kindred can.
Yeah. So we do see the full compositions right now. And I want to say Butler has gone a lot more conventional this time around. You have your tank top laner, your bruiser jungler, your poke mid laner, which is Corgi, AP, and then your hyper scaling carry bot lane with the very strong Jinx Lulu combination. So this is a very conventional scaling draft for Butler and very easy to win conditions as well. Regardless of how late this game goes, it will work in their favor. Where on the other side, there's definitely some win conditions that Harper can play through. They have the Sivir Hecarim combination, so I'm expecting once level 6 rolls around, wherever Sivir is, Hecarim will probably be nearby for that team fight potential and the chase down as well. But it will come down to whether Fortnite Builder can be a sufficient front line or bruiser from the top lane. Who knows? He could just absolutely crush the Ornn with the press of the attack rune here and snowball through top lane. But the Ornn is pretty good at stabilizing, so it will be something that we have to keep track of.
Well, and this is exactly what I wanted to see out of Butler in game 2. You've got your superstar AD carry, and you've got a whole lot of champions that can facilitate that. You've got the Jinx now. You've got the best AD carry, the best hyper carry in the game. A Lulu to buff it up, an Ornn to buff it up, a Volibear to be fat in front of you to be a secondary damage threat. Like a very simple composition that seems to play to the strengths that have been demonstrated by Butler so far. I also am a big fan, just in general, of this composition into Harper's in the team fights. They've got a very significant range advantage. Ornn can engage from a world away, as well as, Corki and Jinx doing so much damage over the top with the Lulu, not really allowing for much threat to come on top of them. But for the Harper Hawks, once again, they've got a very explosive bottom lane. This Sivir Leona 2v2 is looking extremely potent up against what is, quite frankly, a weak 2v2 in the Jinx Lulu. Yeah, they've got a range advantage, but damage-wise, they're completely outclassed. So if Harper is able to come down, especially level 6, with that Hecarim, Nelly, if he's able to make plays down here on the side again, we saw Opax frequently overextending without flash last time around. If that happens one more time, you could just blow the game open on the bottom side of the map. So I think, both teams, they just even scale. Butler, they get their items, they're going to win the game. But Harper, they've got so much playmaking potential in their composition that they might just be able to steal victory from the jaws of defeat.
Ooh. I agree with you there that Harper, they have that playmaking potential. They have that pick potential as well. Because if you are not grouped with your team on the side of Butler, and you're not a Lulu, for instance, who has a self-speed up or a Volibear, you're probably going to get chased down pretty effectively as well. Because I think the only one who can consistently get over walls is the Corki.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to running down a lane, you're not going to outrun a Sivir and a Hecarim. So there is that team fighting potential that you mentioned, as well as the overall pick potential. So Harper, they can do it, and they have momentum on their side after a convincing game 2 victory.
Yeah. And it sort of goes back to, I talked so much in game 1 about like the positioning of each team in the team fight. And in Butler, again, they really need to avoid getting engaged on in a choke. You were talking about that pick potential, how they can't get over walls. If you find yourself getting engaged on in a choke point because Harper got to the river first, your composition is going to be in a lot of trouble. But if you're able to get there, get set up, all of a sudden, Harper, if they can't really corral you together, your long range is just going to kite them back, get a reset on the Jinx, and probably take over the fight. So I think it will add a really interesting dynamic that we need to be keeping our eyes on. And I saw it flash up on the screen at the bottom, so I want to talk about this as well. The rune choice for the Lulu, it's going to be an Aerie instead of a Guardian. I actually think Guardian so much better in this game with the explosive 2v2, the ability to keep yourself and your AD carry alive when Harper goes in, if and when they go in, would have been massive value. And yes, the Aerie could improve your laning phase from a poke potential. I think the assumption should be that this is not going to be a 2v2 bottom lane.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe assumption to make, and we will find out quickly enough as we are into game 3 between Harper and Butler here, and it's been an exciting, bloody series so far, and it will probably end the exact same way. But we do have a 4-man stack. The other...
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Wait a minute. It's a role swap here. The other draft taking the Orin top, while Necton Jr. on
Whoa.
the Corky mid.
Interesting. Okay. Seems like, I mean, a very interesting decision, the swap. We'll have to see how this one works out for them. I would imagine it has to do with champion proficiency. You know, the other draft feeling more comfortable on the Ornn, or Neckington feeling more comfortable on the Corky. But, you know, I think the knowledge of the matchups and the lane will definitely come into account. So we'll see if this one works out for Butler. But either way, this is an elimination match, and a pretty big one at that. If Butler is able to win this one, they improve to 5-1 in the standings, putting themselves in a very commanding position heading towards playoff time. But Harper on the other side of the coin, you know, sitting at 4-2. If they win this game, they're going to be tied with Butler in the standings at 5-2, or excuse me, at 3-2, they'll move up to 4-2. Or if they lose, they're dropping down to 500. All of a sudden, you're right in the middle of the pack. Not exactly where this team would want to be. So a lot at stake here in the elimination game. Game 3 here in the final game of the night. NECC week, what is it, 6 action. Oh, man. I mean, could not ask for a better series.
Yep, it is definitely that week 6 action here. And it's some intense action today as well. It's carried long into the night as well, unless you're on the West Coast. But, you know, you're on the West Coast, so I forgive you. But right now, it's the other draft. Taking a fairly good trade with Fortnite Builder there. It does pop the top to stay alive there. It has the biscuits as well, so plenty of sustain. But it is Cathargo and Opax with the early shove bot lane, and they are getting that under tower as well.
And I've got to say, you know, I didn't talk about this at all in draft, but the Corky counterpick, excuse me, the Veigar was counterpicked into the Corky, and I feel like you're kind of giving this Corky a free lane by picking short-range Veigar into it. You know, Neckington should be able to scale it pretty well, and, well, yeah, Veigar scales well. Like, I'm taking Corky scaling every time. Veigar scales well more so for his utility on the cage, and although the damage can be great, the range difference really does matter. So super interesting thing to keep our eyes on. We'll see if, you know, maybe they go mid with this Hecarim to try to set Neckington behind. But, you know, Nelly can't be everywhere, right? He can't gank every lane. And I mentioned the playmaking potential, but you've got to pick somewhere that you think will be most impactful. It's the other draft. Whoo, misses the knockup.
Yeah, so it was also a side swap as well, I believe, just to make sure we're all on the same page. I know it's getting late. So Butler is on red, and Harper Hawks are on blue side. And there was a point I wanted to mention, which I just remembered, is that we have talked about Corky's package when it comes to that team fight utility. Because it's hard to run across a package because it just does so much damage here.
Yeah.
Now, there is a potential gank onto Neckington Jr. here, but it is spotted out by Ward as we see Levi come up to help support his mid laner.
And zoning with the power of the package is also super scary, you know, for comps like this, Sivir comp that want to just run, you know, they want to go, but the package can zone the fight off so effectively as Levi is going to go for a bit of a prank here on the bottom side, get a lot of damage down, as Opax actually taken a little low. Should be fine though, but wave control going to go the way of Butler as Levi is going to look for it again. Flash!
Oh, he does find it. The exhaust is there.
Great exhaust.
Nathan is able to get out of there. Levi is burning down. Atlas does go in for it. He is able to secure the bear for the first blood. But
Oh, was it worth it, though?
Going down here. And that is a kill over to Cathargo.
You know, I respect the balls from Atlas right there, flashing in, getting the first blood, but that's our first blood on a Leona, and a kill traded back to the superstar hyper carry on the other side. I don't know if that was exactly what the Hawks wanted, but either way, it's going to be a 1-for-1 on the bottom side. All summoners blown, except for support flashes. I guess Atlas actually didn't flash in, so never mind. But either way, having that cooldown available, both supports do, means that the explosiveness on the bottom side is still there.
Yes, it will still be an option. And we see that Nelly Robin picked up a fair amount of CS there as well. So it's a 7 CS lead over Levi. Does have the XP advantage, as we can see the level 5 Hecarim from the level 4 Volley Bear. But also, there is a summoner advantage in the jungle as the ghost is still up. The Baby Cage lands, and NECC could go down here, but the Valkyrie does get him to safety, and so they turn their eyes to Dragon. And Harper, getting the first Ocean Dragon is actually important for some of that in-lane sustain.
Definitely, Ocean's best dragon to get first because of that aforementioned lane sustain. It feels so great, especially up against like some really pokey lanes like the Corki and the Jinx Lulu that aren't gonna all in you and trade heavily. They're just gonna keep throwing in damage. That extra regen can feel really good, but that is an out of mana Veigar. He is almost certainly dead.
Yep, that's a dead Veigar. It does go over to Levi there as Opax does get the assist. So
And
not terrible, not great, and we do see the Predator boots come out now for the Veigar.
And that's actually the second game in a row we've seen this. First support back, first jungle back, and first mid back, synced up from Butler, really nicely done, and then you just go mid and kill the Veigar. I mean, you know, pretty standard timer, and yet Dude Bro Brett falls to it one more time, trying to push the wave in. So good punish from Butler. They're only up about 200 gold. They're down a dragon, so the game is relatively even. But remember what I said. I think if this game is even scaling all the way, if Butler, you know, just plays their game, gets the team fights without being behind, I think this game will be in their hands.
Yes, it is also a crit Sivir instead of lethality. I believe crit Sivir is a lot more useful and scales a lot better as well, especially once the other Giraffe and Levi start building armor as well. But there is that Sivir win condition, because I remember it being a few years back, that once you got the 400 CS onto Sivir, Sivir could solo win the game. I don't know if that's still true, because games often don't go that long.
Well, and it's hard to say too, because yeah, Sivir can do a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of, it's going to be hard for Sivir to access the backline this game. It's going to be hard for her to find damage where it matters. And this is a stalwart front line. You know, Ornn, that's a big boy there in the front line that will be really mitigating a lot. So I think, yeah, if the Sivir goes like total 6 items, will be a massive threat. But it's going to be hard to get there, 1, and 2, even if you're the zoning potential of Butler, the just absolute monstrosity of scaling that they have on their side will definitely make it difficult, and I don't think it'll necessarily be an auto win.
Yeah, we do see a fair amount of trading here onto the other draft.
Ornhorn.
The Ornhorn does come out as Levi is there for the support, and this could be a dead Fortnite builder. He pops the dominance, but I don't think it will matter as the stun comes through for Levi. He trades back, but the sky-splitting strike comes down and strikes down the cross.
And Levi's been so proactive in this early game, finding his 3rd kill participation in just 8 minutes. Really nicely done. Opax. Ooh, that looks rough.
Oh. Okay. Nathan is able to walk it out, but does have to use the exhaust onto the support, which feels a little bit
That
bad.
was horse.
A lot of shadows is there as well. He gets slowed down. He comes across and does CC the Lulu. The Lulu should drop here. It is also an assist for Nathan there. So overall, not too bad. Does get a little something on the back end.
Rough from Opax, does not net a kill, and a great punish from Nelly. And now the flash is down on the Lulu. We saw how it was punished in game 2. Can Harper Hawks do it again? Gold is dead. Even Cyro. Harper Hawks, they don't maybe have the lead that they need, but they're certainly in a decent spot. Potential solo kill in the mid. Dude Bro Brett low on mana. Valkyrie down. Herald gets summoned up. It could just be a dive.
He's dead. Bobrat is dead. He needs to flash the wall. He does flash. The volley bear
Whoa,
goes
Levi!
well. The baby cage comes down. And now the Veigar is still alive. NECC Jr. not quite having the CD rotation. Keep the pressure on, and the rockets flying this early into the game.
Yeah, Corki doesn't actually do that much damage at this point in the game, only on 2 longswords. So, you know, Levi is the main threat, but when he's not able to get on top of that Veigar, there's not much you can do. Good flash from Dude Bro Brett. I actually feel like Levi maybe could have held the flash until, you know, forcing Dude Bro Brett basically to use it at the last moment and not using his own. Either way, it is a lot blown in the mid lane. They're able to get the wave in, which is what they really want, as well as the plates. So advantageous play for Butler nonetheless, and Levi continuing to make plays. I feel like 3 games in a row, Cyro, he's been all over the map, and a big bright spot in the early game for this Butler squad.
Oh, this Ornn is starting to clap back on the crop.
Warden's
Fortnite
Mail
builder-
does so much.
Yeah, it's a Warden's Mail and a Bramble Vest, because the discussion has been recently, what is better as an item in top lane? Is it the Warden's Mail or Bramble Vest? and it's pendant, but it doesn't matter when you have the
comes.
other giraffe raging, and well,
Oh,
that's
no.
another dead rock Fortnite builder coming apart at the seams and getting turned into a purse while Levi runs for safety under his bot 1T1 tower. And now Dude Bobret is there looking to get a kill into Cafargo. Cafargo is able to sidestep beautifully there. And they could look to continue this fight as Corky has package, has damage, and there's
Great
the
package.
It goes down across. He is able to pick up Nathan there. Now Nelly is on the wrong side there as well, but Levi was killed there. So it was an extended 1-for-1 trade, and nobody gets Dragon priority yet.
But the 1-for-1 again, continuing to favor Butler. They're just playing with Harper. They're getting gold onto their carries, and that's all they care about. And then the solo kill on the top side. Fortnite builder, bad flash, not able to save himself. That is huge. That's a lane that should have been winning, and now Dude Bro Brett in big trouble. Ult's not going to be enough. Neckington picks one up, so it's 2 now for the Corky. Manamune already online. Dragon going to go down as well. 2,000 gold. Soul stacking's been stopped. You'd have to think Butler on the red side in game 3 is going to be in the driver's seat.
Ooh, Neckington with a good charge. And Nelly Robin couldn't find the kill with the devastating charge there. So Atlas will also have to flash out as well. So a couple important summoners down in that brief exchange, but no deaths. And the Dragons have been evened up at 1 apiece.
It's absolutely massive that the Dragons were evened up, because even though, yeah, it's just 1 Mountain Drake. It doesn't really mean much. You stop the soul stacking from Harper Hawks. A huge win condition for these early game teams is to get an early soul, and it basically means it can bridge like that sort of team fight gap between your comps, where your less hard scaling comp with the extra utility they're afforded from soul can team fight just as well as a comp built for it. But by taking this dragon, and now delays the soul by at least another 15 minutes, and by that point Butler's composition should theoretically be on time.
Yeah, theoretically. So it is going to be the Infernal Soul as well. And that is definitely a soul that the damage-oriented people like to see. So Atlas
is
in
caught.
a 1v3 situation here. He's caught.
The one
he's
for the
out of
Jinx.
position, and Cafargo will pick that one up. So matching the Corky's scoreline here with that pickup. And they could look to push onto the bot T1 tower, get a few plates here in the last minute before they disappear as well.
They could. Shanathan is there. Probably no threat onto him, and the Sivir can clear out the wave relatively quickly, and the game slows down once again. It's been a very bloody game, but not really the most explosive. It's just been a lot of picks sort of back and forth in the river, but you know, Butler, they're gonna take the gold where they can find it, being up 7-3 in kills. They're up 2,500 gold at just 13.5 minutes. Plate's going to drop, and they've managed to find 1 on the bottom side as well as 3 in the mid and 2 in the top. So not feeling too bad about their place in this game, are they? In fact, I'd say they're feeling pretty damn good. Nelly, you know, not really able to have the same impact he had last time around on the bottom side. Now gank on the top.
Yeah, Fortnite builder. You're not building to anything right now besides a vacation in the gray screen, because that was Levi and the other draft performing a well-executed gank. Now, somehow Levi was able to get behind Fortnite builder there, which forced the Croc into the river, and despite it being its natural habitat, it was still a death sentence in the end.
And Neckington, though, needs to be careful with the face check. Onslaught.
Oh, okay, so Neckington, he's dead. He just gets popped. That's it. He gets popped. So, Opax is able to get over the wall with the blast cone. Cafargo is able to clear the wave, so they should be safe for the time being. But that is still 4 members there of the Harper Hawks who could get a kill. They could. But they back off as well.
Yeah, they're able to find a big pick. It's gonna continue to get gold back into their pockets to try to have their, you know, to its own right, strong team fighting composition come online. But now in the 3v2, they go doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Cafargo is able to stay alive though underneath the tower. Nelly Robin is there as well. It's a fight across the map here. So Alice is a little low. Opax could look to get some slows, but Levi is charging in. Does have the ultimate available, so this will be a dive. If it's not, I will be surprised. Opax
Oh,
goes
the
down.
rocket!
The Mega Death Rocket almost picks up too, but not quite. And Levi is still there trying to get
Flash.
a little bit of damage across. There's
There
the
it
ultimate.
is!
He takes up two with a huge slam, and Brobet has the CC, but not the damage to kill the bear.
Levi bringing down the sky on their heads. The sky splitter goes up, and Levi comes down with two. It's going to be bot tower as well. And in the top side, a 2-level lead for the other giraffe. Make that one. The dive could come through. The last outer, excuse me, the second to last outer. No, it is the last. Could drop.
Ooh.
Butler is firing on all cylinders here, 16 minutes in.
Yeah, Builder just trying to waste time now and stay alive. I don't think he'll be able to get out. Pops the Dominus, is trying to trade back on the other draft. Goes over the wall, making a run for it. But he needs to stay alive for at least another 15 seconds without taking damage for the execute. So he is just wasting time here. Gets knocked up, gets some
Donates
sustain
to
in there.
Corky.
But at the end of the day, the kill goes over to the Corky, and it's a 0-4-0 Crocodile.
Levi though caught out. Opac's going to do his best, but I don't think it'll be enough.
Oh, yep. Levi getting caught out here. Opax could be getting caught out as well. Flash stun comes through. The damage is there, and the Primordial Burst picks up that kill. And so Harper Hawks move on to the Dragon.
Brooks, they're going to get an objective bounty off the Dragon as well as 2 kills, so they're still fighting back. But Butler, they're still in the driver's seat despite the kills. The play on the bottom side was definitely monumental. Jake's Rocket not going to get it done. 4,000 gold is the lead. The Corky has the package, probably not going to be able to do too much with it. But with all 3 outer towers gone, the map's going to start to get real small for the Hawk. Dude, Brett getting jumped on, but the package not landing means that the damage probably isn't there.
Yeah, I understand using the package there, probably just because you had to. So Neckman, pretty safe overall here. 3-1-1 on the Corky so far. Almost has the Mira mana stacked up into that mana Munite, but it's still a little ways off, not too much longer. And Fortnite Builder here, a pretty weak point on the side of Harper Hawks, as the other draft is playing this tank Ornn to near perfection with a 2-0-2 scoreline so far.
Yeah, that Ornn counterpick doing so much work. You know, the Renekton, it gets a little bit of prio early, but once that Frozen Heart came online, not even that, the Warden's Mail with the Bramble Vest, you just can't do anything if you're the Renekton. It feels so bad, but Frozen Heart, just an extremely powerful item right now in the meta, and it's a big reason why tanks are sort of coming back. Atlas now walking too close.
And this will be Atlas dropping to the Corky, so Neckman feeling pretty good about himself right now. Nearly has the Ravenous Hydra completed, and we do see a almost completed back there out of Fortnite Builder, but he realizes he's safe to walk up at least a little bit right now. And Butler so far doing a good job overall. They have the second Rift Herald as well in their back pocket and could be looking to extend their lead with a T2 tower take. But for the time being, they invade the bot side jungle.
Yeah, this is the cleanest game of the series so far for Butler, and it's the perfect time to have it in Game 3. They've not had the same major mid-game fumble. Shanathan gonna face check. Oh,
and
flash.
Nathan is dead.
Yeah, and that is going to be a critical flash blown. Dude, bro, Brett now also in danger. Has the flash available to himself. We'll see if it's able to save him. Levi, though, is on a mission.
Oh, it does look like it's able to save him. Now, Levi does have the ultimate if they want to dive this tower, but they will drop the Rift Herald first, so this will be at least 1 tower going down. They already have 4 on this bot side of the map, so they could potentially go for 2 towers here, as Nelly Robin has to use the Onslaught Shadows to get
One
out.
more rocket!
He is low. Does the rocket come out? The
There it
rocket
is!
comes out, gets the kill, there's the reset, and Atlas is able to get the Blast Cone back into the base, so he should be okay. The Rift Herald is walking up. They do not have a supporting minion wave, so it will just be the Rift Herald. But there is
Towers
the
off.
as well with a huge onto squeeze there. Fortnite Builder is there as well, and the Redneck
Wait a minute.
is finally showing up. Gets 2 assists so far, and OPX has to back out there. Levi is doing work here on the Atlas, but this Volley Bear can only do so much. But the Orange shows up and shows why it's a goated pick so far.
Wow, the Hecarim Sivir AoE. almost managed to turn that fight in favor of Harper Hawks. So much damage came down, and the carries got eviscerated in the counter engage. But Butler, they're just too far ahead. As soon as the top laner arrives, the other Giraffe manages to make it an even fight. So, Harper Hawks, they keep themselves alive, but just barely. They are certainly on life support, down 6,500 gold. The other Giraffe most likely going to get run down, but no, teleport coming through. The Corki's on the way.
Yeah, Corki there just to back of his teammate, but Atlas decides to go in on the Corki. This Corki's already kind of low.
Here comes
Atlas is
Levi
even
as well.
lower. The rockets are firing. They're landing, but the other Giraffe is already low. I don't know if he'll be able to watch out, but the
Whoa!
Primordial Burst picks up the kill on the Corki. And so far, the Harper Hawks are able to stay in it.
And these are the mid-game fumbles that Butler had in game number 1, where they're just trying to do too much. You got to slow down, recognize your lead, recognize what your composition wants to do. Up as 5 in one lane and just fight. You're too damn far ahead for the Harper Hawks to deal with you in the straight 5v5. So what can you not do? Give them a lopsided fight. Harper Hawks, credit to them, they've managed to find it, but it doesn't change the fact that Butler is still very far ahead in this game. It doesn't change the fact that the Dragon's spawning in 30 seconds, which most likely, you know, even though I think Harper, they should just give this one, not take the fight. It will give Butler the opportunity to find one. Opax not going to get caught out by the cage. The Corki's on the way. There you go, front lining.
Yes,
It's so
is
tense.
on the way, and I believe is coming down with the package as well. Nope,
No package.
Corki. Probably the saving grace here for this fight. So this is the 4th Dragon of the game. So far, it's been 2 over to Harper Hawks. And Butler will look to even up the Dragon score. But both these teams, they're primed and raring to go. They have all ultimates available, even though I want to say Harper has a summoner disadvantage. They do have plenty of damage, and Nelly doesn't find anything so far. Opax is able
Great
to live,
Orhorn.
and Nelly is so close to being dead. But it doesn't matter, because Sargo finds the reset, is able to get away from Fortnite Bone as well, so now the Croc is starting to get focused. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes
There you
down.
go.
They have been on point. Now the Orange goes in as well. He's horny for more, and he can't quite find it as the baby cage comes out. And that should be the disengage from Harper Hawk.
Hawks, they managed to get out with 3. Health bars low on both sides. The Dragon is the focus.
Okay, so Nelly came in with a bit more HP. He isn't able to pick up the support yet, and that's a suicidal horse if I ever saw one. And Nathan,
There he
had a
lives.
chance to leave, doesn't, so that's a reset for Fargo. And now it's Robet without mana. Is he able to get to the blast cone? He is able to get to the blast cone. The zap comes through, but not enough damage. The second blast cone is there. Levi's chasing down. But instead, it's a stun on the Atlas.
Oh, Levi's
now
in.
Levi's on the wrong side of the base in a 1v3. He doesn't have flash. I think it's an unbearable situation as the bear is going to get turned into a
minute.
rug, but no, he is able to run out and live.
That's a one item Renekton that was trying to cut down the big bear. Levi gets out with his life, and Butler wins the fight. They get the Dragon as well. They're gonna take their reset now up 10,000 gold. Cyro, can you smell it? I think it's in the air. Butler is well on their way to what I would presume will be a game 3 victory.
Oh, I thought you were going to go that, you know, Butler could smell bear. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. What does the purple worm smell like? But with that said,
Whoa!
Shandathan just gets deleted by Neckerton Jr. Okay, so now this is an actual question. What would Baron smell like?
You know, that's a great question. I feel like bad, you know? Like it'd be very putrid because he's supposed to be like corruption or something, and he's like a void monster. But either way, Butler's gonna get a big whiff of it in the pit right now, and you know, they don't want the Harper Hawks to get the same smell. They want to spare them the poor Baron smell by keeping them out of the river for their own good, and killing Baron. How heroic of Butler to do so for their roommates.
Yeah, you said it there. It's a selfless sacrifice, taking the Rift Herald, and Nelly Robin does have to ult out with the Onslaught of Shadows, but is going to be chased down here. The Blast Cone sends 3 flying, and they can't
Levi's
quite
looking
find
still.
a kill right now. They do have a minion wave there. They will be looking. as Shenathan goes to clear bot.
Oh
But
my.
there is a TP onto the cannon wave there, and I think this will be the bot inhibitor tower going down to the other giraffe. He's taking enough to live through this. Now that's the top inhibitor tower going down, as too many went to stop the other giraffe. So that's the top inhibitor down as well. And this could be a game-ending push here. And
There's one.
is about to go down.
Towers are
Tiger's
gone.
already dead. That's a third death onto the Croc. And now it's just the bot lane. Atlas cannot support the world and will go down here through that super mega death rocket. And Declan Jr. picks up the final kill. And if this doesn't end the game, I don't know what will. We already see the dancing bear come out. It's been a unbearable situation for the Harper Hawks so far, as they've been turned into an imitation chicken wing by the Butler team, and they will close this out at the 26-minute mark, winning their series.
It may have taken 3 games, but Butler will improve to 5-1 all the same after what was a pretty lopsided game 3. We ignore game 2. That was a hiccup, a blip on the radar, if you will, but game 1 and game 3 firmly in control pretty much the entire time, and they're able to get it done. But can't understate how exciting that series was. It was bloody. There was action. These teams were not backing down from one another, but at the end of it all, Butler, they proved that they were the better option.
Yep, Butler team improving to a 5-1 record and setting the Harper Hawks down into that, what was it? Mark Z called it the soup.
The soup, yeah.
Just the middle of the pack team. You could also call it a loaf, and they're just that soft center because you got the hard ends. But
Right.
it doesn't matter. I'm too tired to come up with cohesive analogies right now. It was pretty bad once I asked what the Barons smelt like. But with that said, it is the Butler team picking up the series win. So, Hawks, do you have any final words to say about this series here?
All I have to say is that it was an absolute blast being back here tonight, seeing what was a very exciting series. It may be late. It's about 12:30 Eastern time. I know that I'm tired. I know that everybody else is tired, but I'm so glad that I could be here enjoying this and bringing you guys the action.
And so with that, I'm going to say that's it for this NEC League of Legends stream. We've had 3 great, fantastic series throughout the course of the night. 2 of them going the distance, and it was a fiesta regardless. It was my pleasure being here for all 3 of them. I know my voice will say otherwise tomorrow, but for you guys, it is worth it. And shout out to production for being here for the entire ride as well. And thank you to the viewers for sticking around, watching the series, and participating in chat, because I do see you. So thank you and good night. Have a good one.